Welcome back. Welcome back. On this episode of Will Dbloc Get Stopped Out?
Uh-oh.
Stopped out? I don't know. I took that sniper trade on that stopping volume candle before class.
I
It's
took
close.
the pump after a short. Then I got stopped out in profit. And then I took the next pump and I'm still in it. It almost got me. I took the short.
Nice.
Because I was just, I missed the long and I was just thinking, well, you know, just to make a type 2, what should? And it could go further.
Yeah.
So
That's the best thing. The best thing is shorting type 2s and then they don't play out. It's like if it plays out, I got a small short, right? Like a little, small time frame scalp short. But if that type 2 doesn't hold, then I got in on a nice,
Yeah, and the small would just be like a little token for the opportunity to get the one.
Yep. We're going to sweep here more than likely. But that, again, like I said, is the benefit versus the drawdown of having tight versus a loose stop, right? Tight stop gives you the opportunity to size heavier, which means if you're right, if your sniper entrance is right, then your payoff is going to be nice. Your scalp entry gives you the luxury of not having to be deadly accurate, right? Which means, I'll put it like this as an example. If you draw your fib out, oh, that's not a fib at all. If you pull your fib out and you look at your type 2 targets, right, we're currently still sitting at golden pocket. We know that this is just ideal, right? Which means price could still come down to here and put in a type 2. Right? Price could still come down to here and hold. Right? Price could just come out with this, wick the bottom of that value area and take off. These are all risks that you're taking with your sniper entry. Right? Higher risk, higher reward. Now, higher risk meaning the risk of your stop loss getting hit. What you're risking on that stop loss is exactly the same. It's the same $100 or the same, 1% of the portfolio, depending on the size of your portfolio. What you get with this stop loss is the luxury of letting the trade play out. What you give up is a smaller reward at the top. And not smaller in ROI, by the way, because it's the same. You're making the same amount. But smaller in margin. No, those weekend orders are coming in. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing exits, right? We're seeing people sell off. Selling off on OTC is another way to sort of protect your position from slippage. Right? Big money, if they can sell OTC, they will, because it doesn't affect the chart. I would have much rather they sell those 100,000 Bitcoin. Remember our book, just to give you an idea how much Bitcoin that is. Remember what our book looks like. If I want to get down to my target price of 48K, let's say, Somebody right now selling 9.5 thousand Bitcoin on market gets us there in one nasty red slippage candle. Now that candle would be so fast that you probably couldn't buy it, right? But you would slip the price all the way to 48. So those OTC deals do make a difference, right? It's frustrating when you're in a long and you see that it only takes 2,000 Bitcoin to get you to 77,000, and then somebody buys 20,000 Bitcoin OTC. You know what I mean? It's like could have been great. But the reason OTC exists is because the market would be way too volatile. Right? It would be way too volatile without it, especially on days like this where the book is super thin.
Bought the type 2 on the type 2. So I'm hedged again. Well, on ETH, there's a type 2 on a type 2. Sometimes when one thing does something, I kind of jump the gun and end everything because the market as often moves together.
Yeah. So far, that value area low is holding. My bad. I'm here. I'm just answering some DMs from class. Stop loss taken. If we free the chap shorts, we could see mid 50s. My opinion. Here she goes. My bad. I'm multitasking over here. Imagine being able to type in chat and then not being able to type in chat. My bad, I was on a call. The measured move would be from where US market opened because of that drop. That would cut the flagpole off for me. But on bigger time frames, it's the expected move right down to the type 1 entry. And then your larger bear flag obviously takes you way lower than that. That's the big boy. And that pull comes from top. They're stacking up. This reminds me of 82 when we had all those downward moves stacking up. Actually, no, this is just, I'll take that back. This is just a channel. This cuts the flagpole. But we know that already, right? We know 59.4 doesn't hold. We see 56. Just to get that out of the way. That's from the smaller. That's from the smaller bear flag above. All right, I gotta get some coffee and some carbs because I'm lagging right now. Still haven't invalidated those two top targets. Like I said, we're ranging, so bringing those trap shorts invalidates those targets to the top side. Right, let me go caffeinate. I'll be back.
or dumping.
What's going on, family? What's going on, family? Just brought that point of control down. That's interesting. I just dropped a measured move on point of control when I dropped this arrow. And it got pushed down. Does that count as a target hit? Squirrely little PLC. Bro, this shit went from boring sideways to exciting sideways. This is the most volatile sideways I've seen in a long time. This is about as volatile as you can get sideways without it becoming a trend. Decent swings, though, if anybody's been, I mean, what, more than 2% or 1.5%? Yeah. Short plus 1% swings. Super short trades. High profit per hour trades. 45 minutes. Another 45 minutes. You took a short for like an hour. Yeah, it looks like some fun trading. I'm just getting back from the gym. Just trying to. You got decreasing volume here, though, which isn't helpful. Right? Price is going up on decreasing volume. I'm looking at least like high. My bad. I don't mean to keep yawning, y'all. I'm exhausted. I left every drop at the gym. Come on, just squeeze it. Not you, the chart. And not y'all, dude. Forget it. The fight for 60K continues. Nah, camera's on. If you get up, they're gonna see you. You're stuck now. Stuck. I'm ready for this weekend to be over. Like shit. What is this price action even? Price is moving on low momentum. Means it's moving off leverage, basically. When there isn't spot bias to support a move, then there's no floor, right? The second that the buying stops, or the second that the drift from the orders stop, it just you're getting some volume now. It's not like it's completely flat. And all you need is a big enough push to get you into these liquidations. It'll take care of the rest of it. So it's this resistance right here that we're dealing with, basically. So bulls can absorb the supply that's sitting there. Price will continue to reject. But as long as the demand that we've been finding down here continues, then price will continue to hold. There's a basic supply and demand. Unusually decent range, though, and speed. Really what you want to see, right? If you're range trading, if you're scalping, you want a nice big range and you want it to get to the bottom quick. You don't want to be sitting in those trades forever. You're just looking for some aggressive buyers to come across the tape. Or else it's just going to head back to the bottom of the range. Back to the discount zone. The colors on that thing. That just means there's been plenty of time to get some research done today. Right? It wants to pop. I'm just gonna check how much let me check how much liquidity, how much supply is sitting there. See if we have a chance of absorbing that shit. Come on. They're top blasting this. Those green dots are market buys, large market buys. Unfortunately, if you look, it's just a sign of what retail does at the highs, right? And then your reds are big market sells. But see, yeah, they're trying. Like I said, it's not for lack of trying. They top blasted this thing once, twice. But it's just not a lot of Bitcoin, you know? And let's see what the book is. It's not that bad either. You're going to need about 400 Bitcoin to pop above 60 and hold it. $400 Bitcoin delta. You can see the fight right here. 44 Bitcoin versus 27, 28 Bitcoin versus 27. Violence. Could be just a bit of little regroup for the bulls, but we would need to hold at the very least 596, 596, 597. Still need about 400 Bitcoin to pop. Which means if you come over here and you look at the tape, You got to add up all your buys. So they add to 400 subtracted by your sells. Keep a running count. Yeah, the fight for 60 has been real. Every time we get underneath one of these psychologicals, they become resistance. Happened when we dropped 80, happened when we dropped 70. The anatomy of a rejection. The 4 hour. Yeah. I mean, that's the June low that I'm looking for. But remember, we've got 2 days left. So the question is, where do we get it, you know? But I'm all for a green, July. The question is from where? You know what I mean? Make another attempt. Understand why we're acting like this is like 400. Why? It's 450. But we're acting like it's like 2K Bitcoin or something. Like, where the bulls at? Someone's trying to catch price here. Someone's really trying to catch price here. If this can't break after this, I don't think it's going to break. Come on. Let go of the rope. It's a crazy little fight. There we go. Come on. Pop, pop, pop. Bears are strong right now. What's the damn chart that I just had? At this point, I don't think we're pushing further than liquidations. We're having trouble even getting into the licks. But we can go as high as licks will push us. I don't think it has to stop at psych high. If it keeps going, we can do 606, 607. But we're not going anywhere without liquidations. Like, we're struggling to even move half an inch into those. There's just not enough. There's just not enough demand. Shit is a scam. My mom was right. Yeah. There we go. All right, we're squeezing licks now. Good job. Don't stop. You're not done. Job's not done. For decent little individual pushes here. Someone's trying to run it up. We saw that fight live though. Right, that was this. That fight to break that resistance on the tape. Nice little squeeze. We got to get above 609 to free the trap shorts. I think we have a false move up this week. We have a false move up this week. We move up to about 628, hit that resistance. 3-day down takes us to mid 50s. Yeah, you just can't force it on the weekend. Yeah. Weekend's time for setups and for alt if Bitcoin allows it. Nah, FOMO still lives above 80 or 70. Our fear zone just got bigger. All right, we're really not missing anything in the news at all. A quick little dive into Twitter. All right, let's see. A little bit to go till we get to that psych high. Do we have any orders above us acting up? 500. Guys, now's not the time for new trades. This is a managed current trade scenario. In my opinion. If you see some weakness, you know, 15-minute 800 EMA. Be up there. Just range bound, yo. Hit the bottom of the range, held point of control, shooting up for the top of the range. Likelihood of the breakout to the top being a deviation, in my opinion, are pretty high. Enough liquidations to send it, but that SR flip with the amount of volume that we have right now, in my opinion, it's enough to knock it down. 800 EMAs at the top of our bearish channel. Right, so you got two ranges going here. They both operate exactly the same. Got your value area high, your value area low, and your point of control. Right, held that, deviated, came back down, bottom of the range, held that. Range. But you've also got your bearish channel. right? And the same exact thing. We held the bottom. We're at the halfway point. If that holds, price will seek out the top of the range. So either this is going to hold us, right? Either this top of the range is going to knock us down and then we'll go look for the bottom of the range again, or it'll break and we'll seek out the top of the range at like 612-ish. So right now, it looks like it's holding. Um, don't use me as an example. If I had to do it all again, I would keep my mouth shut. Right? Nothing good comes of it. Your family's just going to tell you what you know they're going to tell you. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you should just, you know, I heard this are scams and da da da. People that you talk to that aren't family are just going to tell you whatever their experience was. Oh, nah, that's a scam, bro. I tried that. I got wrecked. Don't do it. So honestly, and then not only that, but people don't tend to wish you well. Yeah, people don't tend to wish you well when it comes to this sort of thing. And it's not because they want you to do bad, right? It's because if you do well at something that they couldn't, then that means that they did something wrong and their ego is not ready to. And then your parents, right? Your parents are just your family's just trying to tell you the right thing. Like whenever price goes down, I'm like, Mom was right. It's all a scam. Like, she's not trying to keep you from getting rich. Right? She's just trying to protect you. She just doesn't understand it. So I find like, unless it's like your girl, somebody that you share finances with, just keep your head low and keep firing, bro. Let your success be the conversation starter. You know what I mean? Your uncle comes in one Christmas, like, hey, Tom, What's going on, bro? Things are looking kind of nice around here. Ah, well, yeah, let me tell you, I've been, been trading for a couple years. It's going good. A lot better than, just coming out from the jump. Like, yeah, you know, parents don't understand. Not only that, but if you're anything like me, there's been a couple of these already where you thought you figured it out. Me, I had a bunch of businesses and I always ran right to the family. Mom, I'm doing this. Gonna change the world. So you can't really blame them too much. I just keep low, bro. Just stay low. It's good to have somebody to talk to, which is why I guess, these sort of communities are good. But you also don't want to hide something like that from your girl or somebody that you're sharing finances with. Yeah, I still get introduced as my cousin that got lucky on crypto, or my nephew that got lucky on crypto. Well, it's because it's exciting. Everything in you wants to talk about it, especially when you start, right? You find a way out, it's actually working. You see everybody around you struggling. It's natural to you want to stand on the rooftop and, scream out, I figured it out, y'all. But yeah. Now at this point, if somebody shows interest, we can chop it up. Right. If it's just like a tourist level interest, like I'm just curious, that you can go be curious. There's plenty of places to be curious. I'm not gonna like waste my time with curiosity. Yep, I know those feels. My family's full of workers. Yeah. Yep. The same 24 hours that everybody else has in the day. That's why I don't put too much weight behind all that. When you get off of work, you go lay on the couch with your girl and get massaged and watch Netflix and grind it out in the office. Same 24 hours in a day. It was hard though. Working full time and still trading was hard. Some of the hardest times, but I remember those vibes. Well, hopefully it won't take you as long as it took me, but I was just taking stabs in the dark. It took me about a cycle and a half, right? Not to see profits, but to be on average profitable, you know? fear lives right here. But yeah, the sentiment will change a little bit if you can get above 60 and hold slightly. But yeah, it took me about 5 to 6 years before I sort of got my legs underneath me. But like I said, like it was an uphill fight because I'm self-taught, and at that time there was not a lot of material. Right, being self-taught now when it comes to crypto is completely different than being self-taught when it first came out. I had to take in as much forex knowledge, as much stock knowledge, as much. There just wasn't any crypto specific, right, education at the time. Anybody that did know anything was gatekeeping the hell out of it. My first bear market, I got wrecked simply because I didn't understand that there were cycles. Right, so one dip, just like any other dip, it'll go back up any day now, any month now. You know. But then when I started realizing, like when I did start going out and finding sort of communities and realizing, like, nah, there's people that knew this was going to happen. Right, there's people that knew this was going to happen, got out in time. They just didn't say anything. And that's when I like revenge learned. You're either going to revenge quit or you're going to revenge learn, but you're going to get wrecked at one point or another. How much you get wrecked by is up to you, though. Right? The amount of money that you lose learning is your tuition that you pay to the market. You can come in here and start going crazy, full port 100x and pay thousands for tuition, or you can take baby trades while you learn and pay, you know, hundreds for tuition. It just depends on how much risk you take. No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that at all. I'd say it's way better to trade spot. Coming into gaming, you're just trying to figure this out, right? I know the idea is I can take a trade on spot, or I can 2x and win twice as much, or win 4 times as much, or win 5 times as much. But that's the wrong way to look at it. It's speed. I could trade spot, or I could lose my money twice as fast, or I could lose my money 5 times as fast, or I could lose my money 10 times as fast. The main problem people have trading spot, in my opinion, is 1, you're trading too many coins. You can't afford to trade 8 coins if you got a small bag. And 2, you're probably not sizing heavy enough because you're scared. Right? You don't understand size. Not you specifically. I just mean in general, people. You're not sizing heavy enough. You're scared that the money that you put in is the money you're risking. You're not understanding stop losses or how to calculate your sizing. So instead, what happens is you take small positions that feel safe in lottery tickets that if they do this and if they do that, then I'll be straight. Right? But you're holding 8, 9, 10 different positions. Right? The 2 to 3K that you're playing with is now spread out to such small positions that even if everything goes, it's not going to have an effect, really. Right? 2 or 3 that don't go are going to drag down the ones that do. What the hell? Someone just tapped on my window. Give me a second. Yeah, today's class is supposed to. Let me make sure the room's open though. I think it's already open. Can somebody check? We're open all the way to 10, right? From 1 to 10 is open? Because for me, everything's open. I can't tell the difference on mine. Excuse me. Yeah, I just opened it up. What the hell? No, I was just watching the video. Mm-mm-mm. It should be. If you can see the other classes, then try to go to browse channels and make sure that you've got it all turned on.
$1 of off time, but a little on Friday at the 0.886.
Excuse me. Oh, did you? Let's take a look at it. Appreciate the super chat. I was talking about it yesterday, man. If this if it really heats up over there, the drone tags are gonna heat up. And if we're gonna be in the fight for a while, yeah, I had a nice drop. Really want like 110. If I could get 110, that would be a gift. Just a little bit. Remember correctly, that's a vector. Yeah. 50% of that vector would be 124. $200 EMA or the 800 EMA is sort of moving its way up, right, to catch price. I don't really worry about it going too far underneath this SR flip, but mostly because of the 800 EMA sitting right there. Something like that. I already nibbled at it though. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I've got the research team on it. Hopefully early morning I can get to see what the buzz is. That's when you're supposed to open up the more earnings. That's why there's a button there. Trading view. You see how they like to do me, right? Live. I wasn't live right now. This would work. No, you can't stop me. I think you can stop me. Unless you move this shit. You can't stop me. A lot of people don't know this section is down here. Most of it is useless. But since they're not letting me open up the earnings report, AVAV is forecasted to post 103% year-over-year revenue growth next quarter, up from 39% a year ago. Analysts estimate largely unchanged despite revenue misses. I don't know, man. I feel like I've done my due diligence on this. But yeah, the seasonals are bad. Just like everything else, we really got to wait till October for things to really start picking up in a big way. But I'm not trying to wait until the trade is obvious. You know what I mean? At least their analysts got it right. The analyst says strong buy, but the technicals say sell. That's a fact, though. That's true. The chart looks like shit. Everything bullish about it doesn't exist on the chart. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I find 67% drops on projects that have had no internal issues or no like competitive moat issues to be super bullish. Basically what we were talking about in class today and 2 days ago. Right? Being able to tell the difference between a coin that's getting beat up because it was overvalued or one that's sitting at a discount through like no fault of its own. If that whole drone narrative plays out the way I think it's going to, I'm buying one. You can enjoy your guard dog. But semi-autonomous guard drone. You might have to move to Texas for that, but small price to pay. I hope so. I'd be highly disappointed if I couldn't hear that shit buzzing around every once in a while. Oh yeah. Give me a second, I left my light in the kitchen. All right, we get it. Retest. Yeah, slow motion like this, you're hitting you're hitting your SR flip. You're also hitting your 200, your 50 EMA. Hold on. So it is a it's definitely a spot where people have buy orders. Whether those buy orders are enough to absorb the sell orders is always the question, right? All right. I will never not see a brontosaurus when we're looking at patterns like this, bro. I can no. I'm not gonna grow up. You can't make me. I'm just saying. If you can sit here and stare at this chart for more than an hour without seeing some sort of animal, then the child inside of you has died. You're officially washed. I've got to get a drawing pad. If I could get my drawing pad hooked back up, it would be kind of epic. Because then I could really like hand draw shit. That'd be fun. We've had some epic murals over the last 5, 6 years. That's when we got to the Great Pyramids. Remember, we were right at the base of that, head and shoulders that looked like the Great Pyramids, and we had that oasis where we were flagging out for a bit. And we said if we went into that pool of liquidity, why do I remember this, bro? Why do I remember the exact setup? I remember the chart. Nah, that was the original one, like at least 4 years ago, with the oasis and the big palm trees and the, yeah. We had another one recently at 82, but I erased it from the chart, I believe. Yeah, we had it up here with this, with the big head and shoulder. I mean, with the, yeah, with the big head and shoulders. One last little bit of oasis before shit hit the fan. As long as we're in between our trap long and trap shorts, all of these measured moves are still valid. Unfortunately, I know it's annoying. It is what it is. Yeah, I don't know where that original one was, maybe. But what the question is on what? Which one of my templates? Not there. Only one thing drawn on this chart. You know what? Honestly, it might be. It might just be on this main chart. It's all the fun we had with Jane Street. This is what years of charting on the 5-minute looks like. This was epic, by the way. Anybody remember this? We knew they would sweep. We knew there'd be some sort of news involved. But we didn't know what it would be, so we put all the possibilities. It ended up being China. It's funny though, but we swept right into that insert news story here box. And then it played out just like we were talking about. My bad. I'm just taking a stroll through memory lane right now, you know. I'm not gonna lie, I've had my finger on the pulse of this shit for a little while, man. And billion and licks gone. If SR flip doesn't hold, we sweep licks. I think it's here, bro. I really do think that 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 Oasis is here somewhere. You just gotta find. Okay, now don't freak out. I be talking shit sometimes. I don't know why y'all put up with me. It's funny. Looking back through charts is like low key, like looking through a diary. There's some of the memories that come back. Funny. Got that one wrong. Is it still 2025 right now? Okay, we got to go back further. Nah, you're right. It's way back. It was during the last bear market. Yeah, definitely good and bad memories. That's a fact. Ignore all the noise. Don't F this up. This was one of the better calls right here, too. This last front run. Because we had that measured move from that wedge that would have taken us all the way down to 503, 504. But I knew there was a really high chance that we would get front run in this zone. Run we did. This is when we got back to our dead cat bounce from the last bear market. And we always get a rejection off of that dead cat bounce. And then the second attempt is the one that actually goes. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to like the weekly to be able to find that. I think I zoomed out too far, y'all. Oh, okay. My bad. I'm not gonna lie, I straight forgot that that globe was there. And I was like, what type of feature? What type of feature did TradingView add? Okay, yeah, it's not gonna be on this chart. Yeah, you're right. It's not on this chart. That was funny. You should have seen my face. Feels like it, bro. I'll find it. I'm gonna take some time one of these days. I just got a stream deck, so what I want to do is I want to find all the old charts, all the old fire charts that we pull up all the time, and I want to map them to buttons on the stream deck, so I don't have to shuffle around so long to get everything going. So that means it has to be on our oldest. That means it's got to be on our oldest template. Let me see. So yeah, just add more lines to it. Why not? I really don't know what the hell's going on here. So momentum is an old one. Yeah, maybe momentum. I went through a phase like that too, bro. We'll find it looking through these charts. You're just gonna see green checks and red checks. I think it's when I first started streaming a chart. No, this doesn't look promising. We weren't charting USDT charts. We were charting USD charts mostly. All right, why is there nothing on this? It can't possibly be right. You're not it. Yeah, I'm trying to find the charts that are that old. Base. I'm getting there, but not yet. I'll take advantage so I can use all of these when I need them. And need as many naked Bitcoin charts as I can get. Yes, that's still there. No, this one's done. It's macro. Well, this is one of the charts. This is the chart that I was looking for the other day. When we were talking about the linear nature of our tops. Actually, let me clear this chart up. And this was our warning chart when we were looking for when things went left. But this is meant to be more of a teaching chart than anything else. So let me get rid of all of this shit. Cool. This measured move fell short. But there's no way they leave that CME gap to 88. Remember how many times we heard that? I was like, bro, I'm Mr. CME guy. Like, I'm usually the guy that's like, hey, don't forget that CME gap is up there. See how easy your charts can get messy. I'll leave the squiggle just to bear witness. There, now we can actually see what the chart is showing us. Mm-hmm. Those bull market activities. Give me a second, y'all. It's just let myself go on this chart, and then whenever I want to pull it up to show something, it's all convoluted. Give me a second. I'll go over this chart. So we're looking at is Bitcoin. We're looking at Bitcoin on linear. Right, with a fib channel. With a fib channel and a full fib pulled. So with a fib channel and a full fib pulled from our first real bull market, right? So far, it's managed to call out our tops and bottoms. The fib to the top side's on a 3 skip. The parallel channel's on a 2 skip. Meaning top hits, skip 1, skip 2, skip 3. Right. Skip 1, skip 2, skip 3. And then on the way down, right, we had our lows at 382. Skip 1, skip 2, 0.5. Right. Skip 1, skip 2. Hopefully somewhere down in that range.
Are you saying your base case is 47?
Yeah. Between 48 and 46 is my base case. My bull case is low 50s, high 40s, like 49, 50, 52, around that range. 52, well, 50 really. And then my base case is mid 40s, and my bear case is 38-ish, between 38 and 34.
Yeah, I'm starting to get mentally ready to buy.
Actually, it's
It's not even
bit
that like
higher.
big of a like buying isn't the hard part for me. It hasn't ever been the hard part, especially with these prices coming lower.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. So last bear market, we got 786. Bear market before that, we didn't have a true, we had a very high, low liquidity bear market, but right during that bear market, it came down underneath 786, but then came back and retapped. Right, then we found our bottoms.
Yo, is Dbloc talking? Because I can't hear him.
Dbloc is indeed talking.
He is talking.
Damn, he's muted.
You gonna do me like that? Crazy. I didn't mean to
Why
do
did you
that.
mud him?
He likes been
Damn,
talking all the time.
I didn't mute him. You're unmuted now, bro. I don't know why you were muted.
You're good. That happened to somebody earlier in class. Somebody had me muted. I get to yapping sometimes, bro. I don't blame you.
Nah, all jokes aside, I did not. I don't know how that happened.
Nah, I know. Discord's been doing that shit lately. Every once in a while, I find one of y'all muted. So as far as this linear chart goes, right? $786 is what we're looking for. Let me get rid of this because that is not. Get rid of you for a second. Our expected top, right, was 127. We didn't get that. We missed that by, what, $4 or $5 or something. Thousand. Our bottom, again, just by this, and this isn't not like I use this to make my trades or anything. It's just interesting. Our bottom should be 47. 47,298.
Man, that makes me sad.
Or 47,286. I don't think price just magically stops when we get that, right? It depends on how far we go down. Like if we swing down to like mid 50s, then chances are that that bottom takes us out underneath price. 2000 and what was this? 2022 we hit exactly. I know what everybody's thinking. Well, if that's the case, then can we run it into the future? Nah, I drew this by hand. Can we run it into the future? Well, technically we can. Whether it plays out or not, different story. 180K by 2029. The bottom of the next bear market, 74. Starts to get exponential after this. 233K. Right by 33. Most people saying Bitcoin to 1 million by da-da-da. I mean, yes, if adoption and the supply shock, blah, blah, blah. But if things continue the way they are, then in my opinion, this is what we'll be looking at. Three bear market bottoms from now will be around 153. And 286K. Moral of the story, even if none of these hit, like even if none of the tops hit, the bottom is getting more and more expensive. You know? Like exponentially so. Yeah, I was about to say, why am I missing? No, it's too much. Hold on. Oh. Oh. Yeah, this isn't supposed to be up here. This is supposed to be down here. That's the base case.
Price action.
Price action. Remember those days? Price action. Whales flopping around. The 100 EMA was kind of formidable there, huh? Nice. Can somebody else make sense of that? I don't know what you're talking about. It sounds like you're reacting to something that you think you heard. But no, we're not anywhere near FTX drop. We're right here. Two days away from this candle closing is where we are. This was FTX. Which one though? Which book? Bukowski's written a couple. That would be interesting. A cryptography book, a Bukowski. There's been a lot of authors that wrote a lot of books that they regretted, especially in the crypto game. Gann was one. Gann wrote a science fiction book about trading. And in there, he talked about like some crazy concepts. And one of his regrets, he said, was ever writing that book because it took people off like the right path. Yeah, it sounds like just my level of nerd. It went up and then it went down and then it did it again 30 times without moving anywhere on the chart. Basically a fight for 60, man. There's been a hardcore bull bear fight at 60K. Yeah, again. Honestly think he might have been like on some shrooms or something. Interesting book though. Cool read. It's like one of the first things that you sort of run into when you're doing TA and doing research. I'll find it for you. Hold on. It's called, I can never remember the name of it. Really interesting stuff though. The Tunnel Through the Air is what the GAN book is called. So GAN had private teaching students, and apparently the word is that, so his first book was The Truth of the Stock Tape. Is what it was called. The Truth of the Tape or The Truth of the Stock Tape, 1920s or something like that. The legend, anyways, is that he wrote them as coded summaries for his students. And then The Tunnel Through the Air was a fictionalized narrative, right, that basically disguised his trading principles underneath the guise of a romance novel. Yeah, exactly. And what you're thinking is that's exactly what I'm thinking right now. So the legend is that he hit his edge in those books. And then everybody since then has been trying to decipher what he meant. It's definitely a good way to create a buzz. Yeah, I went from shit trades to great scalps back to dead.
Most retail traders fall into
Relax. Yeah, I forgot to show this in class today, honestly. Well, YouTube, if anybody was in, well, any- hold on. Anybody that was in class earlier, I'm going to post this in the class, but I'll show it now, just since we're just sitting here. Let me download it. Hold on. It's just going over what we talked about today. I'm going to show it next time in class anyways, because we're still going to, we still have to do the wrap up. Maybe if we take our eyes off of Bitcoin for another second, it'll continue its move down.
Most retail traders fall into the trap of coin loyalty. They hold a favorite project tightly, praying it pumps while the market moves on. Inside the Cypher Academy, we abandon emotional attachment entirely. We don't care about the name of the asset, the logo, or the community. We only care about pure, systematic, high-probability setups. To find those setups, we use the Target Acquisition Protocol. This is a 5-step filtering method designed to cut through thousands of noisy charts and hand you a targeted hit list of 3 to 5 highly actionable coins. Before we begin, you need your tools in place. Open your charting platform and load 3 exponential moving averages, the 13th, the 50th, and the 800. Next, add a relative volume or RVol indicator, and make sure you have the Cypher Discord open in another window. Stern. Operating without a strict screening process like this ensures one thing: you will eventually become the exit liquidity for institutional algorithms that are systematically hunting your capital. Step 1 is evaluating the market's overarching energy. We start by checking the anchor, Bitcoin. Pull up the 4-hour and daily charts. We need to see if Bitcoin is squeezing, consolidating in a tight range, or fanning, meaning the moving averages are expanding as price discovers new levels. The entire altcoin market is tethered to this anchor trend, so we must know which direction the tide is pulling. This chart illustrates relative volume. Standard volume shows current trading, but RVol compares today against the 10-day average. We scan for assets where average gray bars are suddenly dwarfed by a massive pulsing spike in volume. That tells us new money has arrived. Step 2 takes us off the charts and into the Cypher Intelligence Suite. We run our initial scan through 2 automated systems in our Discord server to get a strategic second opinion. First, we query the Cypher bot. It instantly runs the math on your chosen sector, calculating exact EMA targets and pulling the latest macroeconomic data to ensure the broader environment supports a move. Next, we run the ticker through Mobi. Mobi scans the actual on-chain data to detect hidden iceberg sell orders and whale traps resting just above the current price. If Mobi flags the coin, you drop it immediately, no exceptions. Passing these first 2 steps confirms the asset has the necessary market momentum and a clear, trap-free pathway for price expansion. Now we move to step 3. We take the broad list of surviving coins and narrow it down to a localized hit list of 3 to 5 assets based on extreme mathematical stretch. We look for 3 exact profiles. First, the gappers. We scan for the widest price gap from the 50 EMA, a massive inefficiency algorithms will eventually close. Second, mean exhaustion. We measure how far price has traveled until it hits its absolute limit near the 800 EMA, setting up a probable reversal. Third, engine starters. We drop to a lower time frame and look for the 13 EMA crossing up and over the 50 EMA, signaling a new initiative breakout. You physically isolate the coins that fit one of these 3 exact criteria. If a chart falls somewhere in the middle and doesn't match perfectly, you discard it. Taking trades outside of these 3 specific profiles removes your mathematical edge. At that point, you are no longer executing a system. You are simply gambling. Step 4 is the heat check. We take our isolated coins and measure their behavior against the broader market. We are looking for the difference between a correlated market move, where everything moves together, and an uncorrelated move. As you see here, while the rest of the market is trending down, one asset is pushing aggressively upward. We call this specific heat. Finding specific heat is the ultimate signal. It tells us that a market maker has isolated a specific order book and is surgically deploying capital to move that single asset, completely ignoring the broader macroeconomic drag. Finally, we execute step 5, our safety protocol for detecting fakeouts. Retail traders constantly fall for volume traps. A coin's price aggressively rises like a staircase, triggering massive FOMO. But if you look underneath, the actual volume supporting the move is steadily shrinking. Without volume, the structure is hollow, and the price collapses entirely. To validate any breakout, we require a main vector. This is a single volume bar that registers at least 200% higher than the recent average. If the price action lacks a main vector, it is a ghost move engineered to trap retail liquidity. You delete the coin from your list immediately and move on. You start with the chaos of thousands of charts and competing narratives. By applying the protocol, you strip away the noise and are left with a pristine, localized hit list of a few highly actionable tickers.
I did not put ADA there.
These surviving
just to be
coins
clear.
have run the gauntlet. They are anchored to a supportive Bitcoin trend, cleared of on-chain traps by Mobi, display extreme stretch on the EMAs, and validated by main vector volume. This disciplined, emotionless filtration is the exact mechanism institutional traders use to secure asymmetric advantages, while retail traders are left guessing. Take your verified list, open your charting platform, patiently wait for the setup, and execute the trades. With the target acquisition protocol, you are no longer trying to predict the market. You are systematically hunting the heat.
Appreciate you, clankers. All right, I'll add that to chapter 10. We're going to see it again in class, though. Just a little sneak peek for the YouTube, what we've been looking into. What time is it? Oh, we've got time. Maybe we can listen to the clankers too. Little late night Cypher School session. So, the class before this was about macro trading, swing surfing, institutional plays, right? Legacy plays and shit like that. So let's let the clankers run through it, and then I'll show you guys the CLT. I guess I could show you now. Anybody wasn't here for class last time, we talked about the commitment of traders report, right? It's put in every day. The CFTC puts it out and lets you know how the positions have changed, right? Traders position, large positions, small traders, institutional traders, Mm, CFTC reports right here. Right, commitment of traders report comes out every day. You can go to the long form, you can go to the short form. Basically, lets you know in metals and commodities and equities where the big money is, how the positions have changed overnight, you know, all that good shit. Problem is, nobody's going to read this. Even if you spend the 6 to 7 to 8 months to where this becomes second nature, for the most part, it's just a treasure trove of information that nobody's going to look at. They have to put it out by law. They don't have to make it easy to read. So what I've done is I had our Washington insider team and we gave them a room right here, Wall Street Watch. Right. Every day, this is going to give you quick top stories, 5 top stories. It's going to let you know how the market opened or how the market closed, right? So you're going to get it twice a day at market open and market close. At market open, you're going to get your CLT report. And so this is the same thing that we looked at. Except every day you're going to have the summary broken down to what it means for every sector, right? Crypto, equities, dollar, interest rates, commodities, right? Then we're going to post out of it what bullish signals, what it's bullish for, explanation of why, right? What we have to watch out for, what's bearish. So there's no excuse now. Right? Go read the rundown, and then from there you run. You know, if you happen to be trading equities for the day, you happen to be trading crypto for the day, right? It's just one small read while you're having your morning coffee. My Cypher Intelligence group is selling that report for almost $2,000 a month. Daily report. Yeah, you can use the AI to read it, but you're going to have to train it on what it means. Or you're just going to get like a generic output. Let me see if the clankers are ready. You can't just make palm trees happen, bro. You ever seen Mean Girls? You can't just make fetch happen. Let's see what these bots are talking about.
You know, usually when we talk about a medical diagnosis, there's this expectation of, well, total precision, like engineering.
Right.
You fall off a bike, you break your arm, they put you in the X-ray machine, and the doctor pulls up that black and white image, points to the jagged white line right through your radius and says, you know, there it is.
Yeah, it's completely binary. I mean, it's broken or it isn't. And as humans, we just crave that. We really like our problems to be highly visible, easily categorized, and solvable with a direct intervention. Put a cast on it, wait 6 weeks, done.
Exactly. But then you step into other fields, say neurodevelopment or complex autoimmune diseases, and suddenly that X-ray machine is just useless. You are looking at a diagnostic landscape that is incredibly murky.
Oh, totally murky.
You're guessing based on secondary symptoms, and the funny thing is that exact same feeling of looking at murky, unreadable waters hits almost everyone the first time they decide they want to trade financial markets. I mean, you open a brokerage account, you pull up a chart, and you're just staring at these chaotic green and red candlesticks zigzagging all over your screen.
It genuinely looks like pure static, like television snow.
Yes, television snow. And the entire retail trading industry is basically built on selling you a fake X-ray machine. They want you to believe that is a clean, simple diagnostic tool for the market.
Which is such a trap, yeah.
They tell you, you know, just draw a diagonal trend line here or just use this one moving average indicator and it will tell you exactly when to buy, but it never works. You draw the line, the market breaks it, you buy at support, it falls right through the floor. It genuinely feels like the market is actively hunting your stop loss.
Which is incredibly frustrating for someone who is, you know, genuinely
Everybody
trying to
remember
learn.
those feels?
Because they assume they just haven't found the right indicator yet.
Right? They think there's a secret setting they missed. But the reality is, underneath those seemingly random candlestick charts, there is a massive invisible ocean of institutional capital flowing, trillions of dollars moving with specific mathematical intent. And if you don't know how to read those underlying currents, you are basically trying to navigate the Pacific Ocean by looking at the ripples on the surface.
You're flying completely blind.
Exactly. So welcome to today's deep dive. We are talking directly to you, the listener who wants to stop gambling with retail indicators and actually understand the structural mechanics of global finance. Our mission today is to crack the code of these markets using an elite institutional grade blueprint.
And we aren't just theorizing today. I mean, we have a highly technical, incredibly dense source to guide us.
Yeah, we really do.
We are pulling this framework entirely from a masterclass titled Cypher School Chapter 9 Part 3, which is authored by the trader and market analyst known as Dbloc. Now, we are bringing in some foundational macroeconomic context today to make sure all these concepts are crystal clear, but we are doing that strictly to enrich Dbloc's overarching framework. Every piece of data, every structural market analysis, and all the mechanical trade execution models we discuss, they belong entirely to Dbloc's methodology.
Right. We aren't looking at any other creators today. We are laser focused on this specific systematic
Okay, I get
approach.
it.
Okay, let's unpack
Jesus,
this because I am
Glaze.
genuinely excited. Today, we are finally going to demystify what people call smart money.
It's about time, honestly.
We're going to take you from the absolute fundamentals of what money actually is, which is way more jarring than you might think, all the way to executing highly specific data-backed trades. We'll be using institutional volume profiles and dissecting
going
the
on, buddy?
commitment of Traders Report.
What's fascinating about Dbloc's approach is the strict sequencing. You know, you cannot simply open a chart of the...
Oh, hey, welcome. What's up?
What's going on, guys? I just wanted to jump in before you got too deep. It's Dbloc. We're on YouTube. We've got class listening. Well, late night class, actually, but class nonetheless. Just want to let you know you got an audience.
Oh, wow. Welcome to the show. It is an absolute honor to have you tuning in.
No way. Dbloc in the building, and with the whole late night class listening too.
Talk about pressure, right? We were just getting ready to unpack your incredible framework from Chapter 9.
Seriously, welcome everyone. We are dive deepers here, and having the architect of the system listening is incredible.
We'll do our best to do your methodology justice for the class. Let's get back into it.
Right, like you said, you can't just open a chart of the euro and start clicking buttons.
Exactly. You have to map out the macro engine of the global economy first.
We have to understand the fundamental nature of capital and why it moves between different asset classes.
Only with that macro-directional bias can we zoom into the chart to time our microentries.
Let's start at the foundation, because your point about redefining capital really stops you in your tracks.
Most people think the money in their bank account is something it simply isn't.
You take us on a necessary historical detour to prove this.
If you don't know the nature of the asset, you'll misinterpret every single market signal.
It goes back to the basics of transaction. Primitive barter meant fish for wheat.
But fish rots. You can't store wealth in fish for a decade.
So society evolved to use things like precious metals. Gold and silver became money.
Gold is tangible, but carrying heavy chests of coins made merchants a target for robbery.
So people started using centralized vaults. Early banks, they deposited gold and got a piece of paper.
A banknote. A literal receipt. It said the bearer was entitled to gold in the vault.
That birthed the gold standard. For centuries, paper money was directly tethered to a physical commodity.
But everything changed in 1971. The Nixon shock.
This is where the world gets turned upside down. The U.S. severed the tie to gold.
It transitioned the world into a fiat currency system. Fiat literally means by decree.
It requires faith. Money has value because the government demands taxes be paid in it.
But here is the big question. If money isn't dug out of the ground, where does it come from?
You shattered the illusion here. In our modern system, money is conjured out of thin air via debt.
Money equals debt. That goes against all of our personal intuition.
In a fractional reserve system, when you get a mortgage, the bank doesn't move physical cash.
The loan officer just types numbers into your account. Poof. New money enters the supply.
And on a sovereign level, the government issues bonds to fund operations they can't afford.
These bonds are essentially formal IOUs. The central bank creates digital reserves to buy them.
If money is created through debt, you inherently create these cyclical waves in the economy.
This cycle of borrowing and repaying is the absolute bedrock of global macro trading.
It's like the economy is breathing. Inhaling is the expansion phase.
Interest rates are low. Borrowing is cheap. Businesses inhale debt to expand.
Everyone's portfolio is up. Wages are rising. It feels like the good times will never end.
But you cannot inhale forever. Eventually, the economy must exhale.
That's the deleveraging phase. Contraction. The debt comes due and must be paid back.
When you're paying back debt, you aren't spending, you aren't buying new cars or eating out.
This causes a cascading effect. Businesses lose customers and start laying off workers.
It's a vicious cycle. The economy is aggressively exhaling.
And who is controlling the lungs? The central bank. They hold the joystick. They control the cost of borrowing by setting interest rates to manage their dual mandate.
Mandate 1 is price stability, keeping inflation near 2%.
Mandate 2 is maximum employment. They want people working and producing.
Central banks are terrified of deflation. If prices drop, people stop spending today to wait for cheaper prices.
So they keep a little heat in the engine, but sometimes it runs too hot.
When debt is too cheap for too long, demand outstrips supply and prices skyrocket.
Like we've seen recently, when inflation hits 9%, the central bank has to force an exhale.
They hike interest rates, they make debt expensive, the housing market and business expansion cools off.
But they usually squeeze too hard. Layoffs start. Unemployment spikes.
Now they have to reverse course. They cut rates to stimulate the economy again.
This cycle dictates trillions of dollars. Every chart is just a prediction engine for these shifts.
Exactly, but where does the water go when the faucet is turned on?
The smart money pours capital into 4 main buckets: bonds, forex, gold, and stocks.
We have to start with bonds. They are the foundational anchor of the global system.
Why do institutions care about a 5% bond when stocks return 10?
Capital preservation. If you manage $50 billion, your first job is not losing it.
You need a risk-free return. You lend to the government by buying U.S. treasuries.
But the yield moves every day. It's built on 4 pillars: base rate, time, risk, and inflation.
If investors smell inflation coming, they demand higher yields to protect their purchasing power.
This connects directly to Forex. Trends there are driven by bond yield differentials.
Not trend lines. We need to understand the terms hawkish and dovish.
A hawkish bank hunts inflation by hiking rates. Their bonds yield more.
A dovish bank is passive. They cut rates to help the economy. Their yields drop.
If Japan is at 0% and the US is at 5%, everyone sells yen for dollars.
That's the carry trade. Borrow for free in yen, earn 5% in dollars.
That massive imbalance forces the dollar up and the yen down.
If you try to short that trend because of an indicator, you're stopping a bullet train.
Precisely. Now let's look at gold. Most people think it's just an inflation hedge.
But institutional managers look at real yields. That's the bond yield minus inflation.
If bonds pay 5% and inflation is 2%, your real yield is 3%.
That's a great risk-free deal, so smart money dumps gold to buy those bonds.
But if yields are 0 and inflation is 3%, you're losing money in bonds.
That's when capital floods into gold. 0 yield is better than -3.
Finally, we have stocks. They're driven by structural growth and liquidity.
Humans innovate, populations grow, corporations naturally become more valuable over decades.
This gives indices a structural upward bias, unlike the tug-of-war in currencies.
And then there's qualitative easing. When central banks print money, stocks absorb that liquidity.
But stocks are forward-looking. They panic and drop well before a recession officially starts.
They also hate geopolitical uncertainty. Algorithmic bots price in political statements in milliseconds.
So the macro cycle is the slow tide. Geopolitics are the violent robe waves.
We've got the map. Now, how do we prove where the money is actually going?
We look at the COT report, the weekly truth serum for the biggest players.
The government forces futures traders to report their exact position sizes every Friday.
We ignore the commercials who are just hedging real-world business risks.
And we ignore the small speculators, the retail crowd that is often wrong.
We focus entirely on the non-commercials, the massive hedge funds trading for absolute return.
We track their week-over-week momentum. Are they dumping shorts and building longs?
If the billionaires are repositioning their battleships, we want to align with them.
Only then do we open the price chart, and we throw away the diagonal lines.
We look at auction market theory. Big money has physical constraints when moving capital.
They can't just buy $1 billion at once without moving the price against them.
They have to move slowly. They chop orders up and feed them in over weeks.
This creates what retail calls a trend, but it's actually institutional order flow playing out.
We use a volume profile to see this accumulation. It maps volume on the price axis.
It reveals the fair value area, that horizontal belly where most of the money changed hands.
If those bellies are migrating higher, the trend is undeniably up.
Now for the strike. Model 1 is the failed auction.
If price drops out of a volume belly, retail panics. But it's actually a discount.
We wait for a candle to close back inside that belly. That's the confirmation.
We trade the reversion back to the other side of the fair value area.
Model 2 is the breakout retest. We wait for the pullback to the old ceiling.
If that old value area holds as a floor, we ride the trend higher.
We use these differently for each asset class. Forex often favors mean reversion.
Stocks favor buying the dips because of that relentless upward bias.
We even have the VIX hack, buying the floor of fear when things are calm.
It's the cheapest insurance. You profit on the spike and short the return to mean.
This has been an incredible session. Dbloc, thank you for being here for class.
It was an honor. Remember to look beneath the surface of the muddy waters.
Thanks for listening, everyone. We'll see you next time. Stay sharp out there.
Appreciate you, clankers. Keep butchering my name, though. Yeah, we try to put out the information in a bunch of different ways, right? Like the report that's written is already in the chat. Some people just like to read that and dig into the actual data. Some people need to see it visually. Some people need to see it on a chart. Some people need to hear it discussed. So I try to provide the info in as many different ways as we can. Right. The point is to understand it. If not, what's the point? This price action is insane. I mean, it depends on how much you zoom in, but honestly, all we're doing is going to the bottom of the visible range and back to the top of the visible range. We are building a nice amount of liquidations to the top side, though. I'll give them that much. But as far as the price action goes, like this is CME. Like, why are we just ranging CME? So 50-50, however you look at it, whether you're horizontal or you're angular, whatever range you're paying attention to. Right, we're at the point of control for the visible range. We're also at 50% of the bearish channel. No, you want to use the ATR for the current time that you're trading. Right? That old ATR might have had a different price action. What you're worried about is what's the average true range for the candle that would be hitting the stop loss now, right? Not before. You get what I mean? I think I did it the other way around, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least that's how I would have intended to do it. You want to go with the most current price action as possible. When you're putting the trade in, it's easy because it's the ATR at that time when you're actually putting the trade in. When you're going back to review it, then you want to use what would have been the ATR at that time instead of what the ATR is now. No, if you're putting it, if it should be at the time that you're making the trade, right? So even if you're putting it underneath a type 1, you would still be using the ATR, your current ATR from where you are right now. Because think of it, the candle that's going to risk taking you out is happening now, right? Not 30 minutes ago when that first when that level 1 dropped. So the ATR at that point could have been really small. Yeah, exactly. Now, if you're going back to backtest, would a ATR have saved me here? Then you're going to use that ATR, right? You're going to go back and use the ATR that you would have been looking at the time when you took the trade. But if you're actively doing it, right? Like let's say the ATR right now is like $1,000, right? And I want to set my stop, but I go back here and check the ATR, and the ATR back here is just like $100. Well, the candles that we're having right now are $1,000 candles on average. Right, so setting it to 100 would set me up to get wiped out with one candle. The point is have one candle go against you, right? One candle go underneath the swing low, but it land underneath the ATR, that candle, right? It doesn't exceed the average true range of the candle at that time, and it saves you because it doesn't hit. So if you're using an old ATR and price action is changed, then you have an issue. Now, nothing stops a candle from going more than its average, obviously, right? But if we're going to use a metric, it makes sense to use that metric. Even if you want to slap 2 ATRs because it feels super volatile, like maybe the volatility is picking up and the current ATR reading isn't registering the volatility that you're expecting, right? That's when you might use a 2 ATR or a 3 ATR. But that part is subjective. That's going to come down to like experience and sort of knowing when you need a little wiggle room. What we're trying to do is avoid what everybody else does. And well, obviously the main thing is, well, I'm gonna put my stop loss at that wick. That's the main thing. And then the first thing you learn is, well, you want to give it some room. You don't want to be in a cluster with everybody else. But then what most people do, and if this is you, you don't have to say anything, but just know I'm talking about you and that you need to stop doing this. they'll look at it and say, okay, stop loss should be at the swing low, so I'm gonna put it on there or something. You just sort of like guess, right? You just sort of like put it right, put it like right there. And it's just a straight guess. So to avoid guessing, we try to be a little more systematic with it. Nah, you're good, bro. Yeah, we're in the middle of Cypher School right now. We're about 10 chapters deep. If you're in the Discord, all the classes are recorded, all the lives are recorded, all the chapters are written there, all of the or at least the majority of the podcasts, everything's saved. Moving everything over to WAP so it's more organized than just having Discord posts. But this is the first semester, so all of the courses are stacked up. Cypher School itself is 14 chapters, but it's really made up of like 5 different courses. Right? Like those courses will always be available on WAP or whatever for new people. But when we do the Cypher School semesters, that's when I'm gonna run through every course from beginning to end in one straight go. Yeah. So there'll be times during the year where new people can come in and they can sort of take the course on their own time. But I want to at least once a year do a full Cypher School, semester. I mean, by the end of this, it's going to be what, almost 6 months long. You know, originally I was thinking about doing it twice a year, but bro, I think I underestimated how much content there was to get through, and also the need to go at certain speeds, right? For some of the chapters we can speed through, but some of them needed 2 or 3 classes for sure. But if you think about it, you have the cycle chapters, right, is a course on its own, right? From the global liquidity to the reserve currency, right? All the way down to the daily chart. Then the technical is, you know, on its own. Honestly, in a lot of places, the sniper, the surfer, and the scalper would all be 3 different courses. The psychology would be definitely its own course. I don't know. I think it's cool. People will be able to pick and choose what they need. And then once a year, we'll figure out how we're going to do it. We'll probably do like limited seats I'm talking in the future when we get back up to size, right? Because we lost a lot of people during the bear market. So right now the size doesn't matter. But having more than 200 people, it wouldn't be possible to pay attention to everybody, right? It wouldn't be possible to do the sort of like one-on-one mentorship whenever people have questions. And then you lose something. So it can't be too big. Now the questions are good though, Scoop. Every question you ask is like for the people that are thinking the same thing. They just haven't asked. Right? They probably think they missed it or they missed a part. They'll just rewatch. So it's good. And it adds to the class, right? It adds to the rewatchability of the course because people can get questions. That's the one thing I need to do a better job at. The next run through, I've got to set it up to where YouTube can see your questions on Discord, or I need to read your questions out loud because I was watching the replay, and a lot of it is just me answering questions that I haven't even said the question to. But this is the founders edition, right? So we're gonna get it nice and polished. What's important, I think, is the content, right? The rest will come with time. I wouldn't say FOMO lives above 60, but those liquidations do. 65 is where I'd say things start to change sentiment-wise. That's what I like to hear. That's how we lose around here. If we take a L, it's next to nothing. Oh. Nah, you're good, bro. That's what we're here for. Now, if you start hitting me like that at like 4 o'clock in the morning, it's a different story. As long as we're in the auditorium. Nah, you know me, bro. Even if we're not, just talking shit. I'm watching to see if enough active um buys or sells are coming in to actually push the tape. To actually push the book, I mean. I'm also watching it for absorption. Right? Somebody just bought 41 Bitcoin on market and the candle didn't move. Right, so we're looking at effort versus effect. If you see a high level of effort on the tape and then you look at the chart and you're not seeing a high level of effect, then you're getting absorption in the opposite direction. Which means you've got some orders to chew through above you. Yeah, we're going to be sitting on something underneath something light here. Your session has moved to a different device. First of all, if you want to get above 605, you need 427 Bitcoin. First and foremost. We hit 400 Bitcoin. They refilled it to like 539. Try to get rid of anything underneath 250 Bitcoin. Are we not on 4K? What are you talking about? Upgrade, bro. I am upgraded. I'm as upgraded as I can get. What are you gonna fight? Not tonight, but eventually we're gonna fight. So 601, like we said, right? To get to 605, somebody needs to buy 427 Bitcoin on market. Let's get more granular though. Hold on. The book is a lot lighter to the bottom right now. So we know it's about 400 Bitcoin in each direction to break support or resistance. Now we're looking at the tape to see if we get any aggressive whales coming through. Yeah, liquidations will help eat it if you can get to the liquidations. Liquidations are forced to market buy or sell. Right. She sent me a video of some, I don't know what scene I was looking at, but they were in the middle of the desert, mudding in the rain, like 23 Land Cruisers. Yeah, no, she's good. I've got my copy locked in. I still haven't got the okay yet, but with the pre-orders going out, I should be able to talk about GTA 6 soon. I've been on NDA for 4 years now. Shit, 4 years? 4 years. 3.5 years at the very least. Yeah. Not fun. I'm like itching to yap about it. I think it's safe to confirm that there are cars in Grand Theft Auto 6. I don't think I'll get in any trouble for it. That is one piece of information that I have not been privy to. Shit, I thought it was going to be a long time ago. You would think that. One thing I can tell you is that it has nothing to do with crypto. I'm not saying the game doesn't. I'm not saying there isn't going to be. I have no idea. I can neither confirm nor deny that they're going to have some sort of stable or something like that. Literally have zero information on that. I'll be honest with you. I might not have been able to keep that secret, bro. That would have been a hard one. And no, it's not any type of inside information I can use on Polymarket. I checked. Literally checked. Hey, look, do what you got to do, right? Bro, does anybody doubt that that game is going to be absolutely amazing when it drops?
It's so funny to see all those memes online about the console people versus the PC people. Like, haha, PC guys, you don't get it for another year and a half. And then the PC guys come back with, you know that we also own a console too. It's just like,
2026, guys.
yeah,
We have the
I know.
technology. It's okay. Buddy. Well, we'll see. But I'm risking it. I mean, it's GTA. It's a good thing they didn't drop during the summer. We might not even had Cypher School, bro. We're too busy getting our gang reputation up in the streets.
And people's crypto going to zero and they don't even care.
Look, man's gotta have his priorities. You know?
Can you imagine if it was released during COVID? Oh man, I don't even know what kind of like side effects that would have caused.
Yeah.
Like these memes. I see my son showed me one the other day about, can we please have another pandemic when the Grand Theft Auto comes out? I'm like, man, you guys are desperate.
There's money to be made here. A couple of different ways that you could go about it. The easy one, in my opinion, is obviously the direct play, which I've already done, buying TTWO. Hold on, I'll show you. But an equally good play, and I think possibly a better one, is shorting competing studios, because everybody's gonna be wrecked after this shit. You're about to see average daily players just plummet on other games.
What are all the trolls gonna do though? I mean, they're just gonna troll themselves in their own single player game. They don't have anybody to chat. They have nobody to troll.
What do you mean?
Like, so Grand Theft Auto will be single player for what, a certain amount of time, like what, 1 or 2 years, and all the people that love going
I don't think
online
it's.
and
I
just
don't think it's
talking
gonna
and
be
stuff.
that. I don't think it's gonna be that long. Oh, really don't. I think they are gonna have it single player for a while, but it's because they want everybody to get through the campaign. A lot of money into that shit. You're gonna play this damn campaign because they know exactly what's gonna happen if they drop that game with multiplayer from day one. Like 70% of people won't even play the. Won't even play the campaign. Multiplayer is huge. People still playing GTA 5 in custom lobbies. Like the RP.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah,
I guess that's what
RP
I'm
for
saying, man.
GTA is massive. But yeah, people will just continue to play, 5 until it's out. But I think there's going to be tons of pressure.
I don't know, man. Skyrim was pretty popular, man, and a single player only game for, and I think it still is, except for like there's a mod that I guess you can do online. But generally, it's always been a single, and it's super popular.
That's the thing, though. If it's always been, then it's fine. But like, People play GTA to get on with their friends and run around
Yeah, so
and
I'm
kill
having a
strangers and shit.
right. I'm just saying there's people there, their whole content gig or whatever is about going online and teabagging people. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are those
Mhm.
guys going to do for a few months? They're going to go
Call
to
of
a
Duty.
call.
What do you mean? Like right at home.
And then,
There's always somewhere.
have you seen Call of Duty's player drop off rate? It's ridiculous. It's crazy. Or Warzone, at least, is really bad.
I haven't played for a while. When I do get on, it's not to play Warzone. I'll get on and I'll grind out some new lobbies and shit. But
I mean, I don't know that through experience. I'm just saying, I asked my son, I go, why aren't you playing anymore? He's like, Dad, no one, that's like old school. No one plays Warzone anymore. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry.
yeah.
Don't yell at me.
So how I'm playing GTA is let me find my chart. There it is. So TTO, right? Take Two Interactive. The only real direct sort of run. On the daily, you've come down, you double bottomed off of your 800. This seems like a pretty nice place for the hype cycle to play out. And then also, if you want picks and shovels, then you would have to look at Sony and Microsoft. Ooh, Sony might not be a bad pick.
Are you saying too short or to go long?
I'm talking about things to go long into the release of the game. But these are long setups. Like these are time frame. It's not now, right? You're just watching. It's still way too early. And then Microsoft. Yeah, they both look like shit.
Microsoft's double bottomed. No, I don't know.
There's two companies that well, actually Microsoft doesn't look that bad. There's two companies that could use GTA 6 to launch right now. It's Microsoft and Sony. It's not gonna hurt. That
I mean, I'm
is
at my DC.
a head and
I'm at my
shoulders though.
DCA point. I mean, it's probably gonna go down further, but I had to find a DCA place, and you wrote it. You put it right where I've been DCAing. That's funny.
Yeah. But you got a really ugly head and shoulders, but it is a head and shoulders nonetheless. It's just the right shoulder was a lot faster than the left. Ass magnet.
I mean, it's weird because like, you know, when I'm not married to it. I only get good. You know, like I said, I get discounts on it or whatever. But like, I've been here before. Everybody screamed doom and gloom last time in 2022, and the damn thing doubled, almost tripled. So it's like, fine, let it drop. Don't care. Just keep DCing.
Yeah, it's like Bitcoin. The drop doesn't scare you. I mean, you don't want to sit through it, but you look forward to it.
I mean, I take some off the top. I have to rate like what the taxes are versus my profit, and then I just make that call at the time. But I don't know, man. Microsoft's only business is not Xbox. Obviously, there's a lot of other stuff going on besides AI that made it go up. It's taking a hit now because they're overspending in data centers right now, and it's freaking investors out. And
Everybody,
obviously,
bro. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's making the same mistake. It's crazy. Started with Oracle, and like everybody's like build it and they will come, and then they don't come, and it's like, oh, maybe we got ahead of our skis a little bit.
yeah,
Growing pains, right? I mean, it's a brand new industry. Everybody's trying to get the leg up. Nobody wants to be left behind. There's going to be mistakes made. But in that mess is opportunity, right? We like that. Everything's too neat and clean. Then there's no money to be made. I'm less interested in these two, but honestly, they are on pretty good dips. Like they are on substantial retracements right now. So timing wise, they could really use a catalyst. %36 already. Comes down to this high volume node, you're looking at like what, 50%, 45%.
in a bull market, I might, want to add that little part.
You take a look at our bear markets for Sony. Only truly had been what, 1, 2. Yeah, I mean after 2008, there weren't many assets that went into a bull market for at least 8 years, just for the amount of money that flowed in. Right? If you look at ES, if you look at different things, they actually went up. It wasn't until last year, 2021, that you really had a decent bear market. Sony. Last time before that was 2007, right? And then 2000. Before that, it was normal. And these are the normal retracements that you would see Sony have during bears. But when that money printer gets going, boy, they talk about they bailed out Wall Street. That's a fact. So it's kind of hard to take an average, right? Interesting is we're at that same point again. These were the last two bear markets before the real estate cycle went down. Right. Same as the S&P. I'll show you in a second, but it's the same. Right. Big chunky retracement is 70%.
Jeez, that's damn, dude. I didn't even.
Yeah. And then in 2009, again, 70%.
That's horrible. I
And
don't
then
think Microsoft ever did that.
Back in 2000, 85% retracement.
That's like crypto, dude. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's an altcoin.
From 2000 to 2003. So I mean, this thing skipped a bull. But when everything hit the fan and we needed to be bailed out, and you can see the change in character. But my point is that this is what happens after the real estate cycle. Right? Then you go back into like your deep retracements like we're seeing here. So the opportunity to actually come down into one of those 60 plus retracements, right, is there. 800 EMA on the weekly would be beautiful though. We got down to like 14. But if you look at S&P, it's the same thing. Right? Before 2008, right? The 2 cycles before 2008, big drops. And price goes. Last real estate crash. 2 cycles before. And then just massive moves until the last real estate crash before that. 2 cycles before. Right? So it gets volatile right when you're getting to the top of real estate cycle. And this is the one before here. And this would be the second one before. We just haven't started to take our dip. And obviously this was AI, right? This whole little, the fact that this didn't just roll over and go, it was the AI that did that. But you can see how that changes right after 2008. Money starts to print, all of a sudden, no bear markets. Well, you had some retracements, right? But they weren't as pronounced. Obviously, COVID, but so that's where my argument comes from, that this retracement can be deeper than a lot of people are expecting. Right? Because I'm looking at it like this is the last retracement before real estate goes down. They're pushing it, boy. They are
Yeah, we're running out of time,
pushing,
man.
which is scary, right? Because then that adds to the expected volatility of that drop. It's not that there's not enough time for it to drop, it's that there's not enough time for it to drop slowly. And that's the scary part. Because if the shit starts to unwind, like in a quick sort of dramatic way, then you're gonna see a bunch of cascading running for the hills. And that's exactly the type of panic that I want to see when people start looking at Bitcoin and it's sitting at like 35, 40, 45. Looking like a shiny little asset on the hill just waiting.
Yeah, maybe the planets will align.
Mm-hmm. So far, so good. Right. So far, my thesis of how real estate would top out was that they would attempt to push legacy as long as they could and time the drop of legacy with the actual sort of drop of real estate. And so far, they've pushed it. And when I say pushed it, I mean pushed it, right? Like, this isn't just brand new money keeping this up. Right? These are these AI companies giving these AI startups corporate bonds. And then the AI startups using the corporate bonds to buy hardware from, the AI tech companies. And then the AI tech companies is using that increased earnings from their bonds coming back to issue more bonds. And then they're using those bonds to buy more. It's just a circle jerk, bro. It's just a circle jerk. And somehow everybody gets a star when it goes around. Like nobody's noticing that you're just recycling the same money.
And when when I saw somebody explain that to me, I think it was a few weeks ago, and then you obviously reinforced it and made me understand it even more. In one aspect, I see it's super dangerous, and then another aspect I see is like, isn't that just what bartering does? Yeah, I give you something you want, and you give me something that I want.
Yeah, but it's how it's being portrayed, right? So like it's Nvidia touting their earnings continuing to go up, but the earnings are only going up because you're issuing these bonds. So it's like I'm giving you money and you're using the money I give you to buy from me. And then I'm saying, look at all these customers I have. Our stock should be worth more money. Then I get more money from the stock and then I write more corporate bonds or debt, right? And just issue that back to you, knowing that I'm getting it back, knowing that my earnings are going to go up, knowing that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. The borrowing part definitely is what sinks it in.
Yeah. And then you throw, the third peg of that wheel was supposed to be the data centers, right? I give you bonds, you use those bonds to pay for your data center. The data center is going to use that money to buy more hardware from us. right? And then we'll issue more bonds to you, and then you give. But the problem is that what they didn't count on was that most of these AI startups are literally just vaporware, right? They're collecting GPUs not to use them, but to market them, right? Oh, we have 2500 NVIDIA, G2 700, da da da, and they're using it to sort of market their AI project as something that's powerful, but nobody's turned a PC on. You know what I mean? Like, it's just vapor. And the problem is that they didn't figure that out until there was thousands of data centers built. It's like the classic, if you build it, they will come, you know?
Yeah.
But they felt like they fell for it. In other words, like these AI startups are lying, basically, trying to make themselves look good. The big AI companies fell for it. Oracle started building data centers because of it. Because damn, if we're buying all these, look at how many chips are being bought. Right? We've got to build the infrastructure for this. True,
I'm gonna
if they're using them, but
laugh, man, if it starts catching on that local models are more cost efficient in the long run than buying cloud services. Because all the cloud service providers, even the company I work for, they're changing their billing plans, and they're changing your token limits after you've already, like, let's say you purchased the annual plan of something, and then they come back with an email saying, sorry, due to blah blah blah, we have to renegotiate your annual plan after you already secured the tokens for a year. Dude, that's some shady mob stuff right there.
I think
They
the
have no
future
choice.
is. I think the future, everybody will have a local. Everybody will be running something local. There'll always be something more powerful, right? That you'll have to go outside of your local model because you just can't.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I think everybody's going to have their local. I mean, you got to understand, security is going to be such a big deal, right? Like, people are going to want to really use AI the way it's supposed to be used, and for that, you've got to be honest, right? It has to have all your business information. It's got to have all your health information. It's got to have the results from your last, blood screening. It's got, like, these aren't things that people are just going to want to put in the cloud. They do now, I think, because nobody's really thinking that AI is. It's weird. People will type things into a chat box that they would never type into, like, a search bar. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
man.
you're used to that idea of, like, oh, what I'm talking about might be getting, but with AI, for some reason, everybody just thinks that. Now, mind you, it is private. It's not like somebody can just go in there, but there's data leaks all the time, you know?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing is, and I'm not claiming that I'm an expert at this or whatever, but like I did start off my education learning how to build AI, not use AI. And there's these things called I mean, you know this, you've heard about the weighted matrix
Hmm.
calculation and vector weights. And they're, even if you were to steal that data, you have to figure out, you would have to know about the model itself and how it's built to run an inverse equation to pull those weights out. So that's number one. Number two is that it's huge in corporate America right now about uh, customer data privacy. Dude, I don't know how many times it's usually when I'm in the middle of a project, something that's due, and then they tell me, "Oh, did you do your certification training about data privacy, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Oh my God." And I always am late. So I got to get on and I got to take a 2-hour exam and go over. Dude, they're serious about that stuff, man. But you can't tell that to somebody. You can't say that to a customer who's like, "I'm not using that GPT thing. It's stealing my data." And I'm like, "No, it may be using its data to train its new models, but you're not giving some Joe Schmo your last colonoscopy results. You're just not."
Yeah, that's the other side of the spectrum. Like, those are the people that think that, like, the TV's listening to them and shit like that. Which it is, by the way, but it doesn't care what you're talking about. Like, it just wants to sell you shit. Um, and and if you want to see what life is like without that, and you and your girl have a strong, trusting relationship, switch phones with her for a day. And jump on all your favorite social media apps, jump on your Twitter, jump on your, it's a completely different experience, bro. You will spend less than 1 minute on social media if it's not totally geared towards you.
Oh yeah. I just think it's like it's two different types of privacy issues, and yet people that don't know the nuance, they blend it together as one. Like, and it's like pick your poison. You could say that you don't like anybody collecting your data, regardless if it's synthetic, being used for synthetic reasons, or it's going to be used against you. But like this new thing with Fable, man, did you see the requirements for um, provider or host that would host Fable? They have to retain your prompts for X amount of time. I think it was 30 days, and then for certain subjects, it's like a lot longer than that. So
Hmm.
it's not that they're keeping your results; they're keeping the prompt, which that's crazy because that's plain text, right?
Yeah, we'll get the result. We're not worried about the result. We'll get the result. We'll just put in your prompt.
But I mean, like,
Prompt
it,
is
it,
prompt in the future is going to be used, I promise you, to lock somebody up, right? To prove intent.
oh, absolutely.
It's really the
I
only
just,
way, because somebody will just be like, "Oh, I didn't intend." The AI just put that together, and then like, "No, no, no, sir. Look at your prompt. It says right here, make me some illegal shit."
and so now it's not, then when someone said, oh, the FBI is going to have access to your prompts and stuff, and it's like, it's not okay. Now we're going overboard. They'll have, they can subpoena through the Patriot Act or whatever, FISA court, and they can get your prompts if you've already been suspected of doing something. It's not like they're out there probing you. Like if you say something on Facebook that's like your opinion, I guess maybe somebody shady in the what they call a deep state could do that. But if you actively like you threaten someone, that's probable cause or articulable suspicion to get a FISA warrant. Like, just don't do crazy shit online.
I just think the people that are usually worried about it the most are the ones that don't need to be, because like they're already telling on themselves and every other social network they have. Like, bro, I don't need to hack you to figure out what you're about. I know how you feel about every single topic.
Yep.
I know
Yep.
how you feel. I know how upset it makes you. I can see your fights. I know what you ate for dinner. And like, bro, like, what privacy? Like, what exactly are you trying to hide? Because you're giving everything else away with your left hand. You know what I mean? You're fighting for your privacy with the right, but on the left, you're taking pictures of your food and shit. Like, I don't need to
Yep.
see what your sandwich looked like. But there was a time where you'd come around with a camera and people treated you like you had leprosy. Whoa, whoa, hey, chill, chill. Get that out of here. In the good old days. Remember parties with no phones? That's that shit that's making me feel old. Because I remember phoneless parties.
And if you did have the guy that did have the 24-inch garage door opener on the side of his head, you'd know it's always the guy showing off.
Yeah. There was always somebody with a camera, but you always made them leave. Or like, put that shit down.
I mean, that is becoming a thing. More and more people are starting to have like tech sanctuary events, tech sanctuary events.
Yeah, but it's
That
forced. It's like, yeah, you got to put your phone. And that's like without that event I went to a couple weeks ago. You had to put your phone in this little bag or whatever. But it was just a different vibe when you'd go to a party and like if something happened in that party, only the 50 people in that house ever knew about it. Or whoever they could manage to tell, right? But they didn't immediately leave the party, take their phone out of the black bag, and then blast you to their 10 million. I saw Dbloc at this party, butt ass naked on the bar. Damn, bro. And not blow off some steam.
I mean, there's some things that I don't miss. Like I don't miss picking up my 32-inch television that weighed 300 pounds to take it to a LAN party and with my Xbox and cords hanging out my car and shit. I don't miss that at all, dude. I mean, I when you get there and you get everything set up, it's fun, but you're always like, God, I gotta go move. I'll put this shit in the back of my car and my truck and take it over to my buddy's house. It is just like the desperate stuff that we did, the physical stuff we did to have like gaming back then was so crazy. My son was we were in the garage and I had one of those old big ass monitors that were like only 24 inches, but that was big in the like late 90s.
Big
And
glass
that damn
screen
thing,
CRT monitors.
dude, yeah, I literally break your back trying to pick the damn thing
But
up.
those are so good, bro. Zero input lag.
Yeah.
Like those things are beautiful to play on. Look like shit, but
It's like, Dad, what is that? Yo, that was my computer monitor when I was getting ready to go into college.
good old days, Bucks. Good old days. These kids got it rough, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I had the temperament to deal with some of the shit that they deal with now.
Dude, when you see one of those AI videos of kids riding their bikes in the 80s with the like uh I don't know, like whatever the 80s music, Genesis or Phil Collins playing in the background, I almost come to a tear, man. I'm
Oh my
like, damn, life was so simple back then.
God. You don't even have to go back that far. Even early 2000s. If you got in a fight at school and you got knocked out or whatever, there's like 25 people that saw it. 1 year later, you're all over World Star. Every kid in the nearest 75-mile area from you has seen you get knocked out. Now you got to come shoot some shit out. I'm thinking,
Yeah, dude.
now something's got to happen because I just completely took myself out of the reproduction dating pool in my area with one stupid event. Like, you used to be able to mess up when you were a kid and you didn't have to carry that shit forever. You know what I mean? Now it's like, can't even imagine.
I don't know if you have any friends or family that have kids in high school, but I'm telling you, dude, they don't mess around with that stuff. They literally punish you or reprimand you for your out of school media shenanigans.
Yeah, as they should. You can't just be on there like bullying and all that crazy shit. They take
Yeah,
that
I
shit
just think
serious.
it's crazy though.
Yeah.
Like like when you're a kid and you challenge someone to a fight in some parking lot somewhere, like um if you both get away with it and nobody gets hurt, you settled it or whatever, the fact that it wasn't on school property, they don't care. They'll still go after you. And and that's not bullying, that's just two dudes pissed off at each other. They want to settle something the old fashioned
Yeah, well,
way.
don't record it,
Well, there's always going to be some bozo recording it, just like you said. There's
I think if we're in a fight and somebody's recording it, we should automatically call a truce. take the guy out with the camera, and then we'll get
There
back to
you go.
business. Get back to
He
business
becomes a
after.
new target.
Like, oh, this guy wants to be part of it. I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover. I'm a Scorpio. We're not supposed to fight.
Those days are over for me, man. I got rid of that in my young adulthood and didn't ever turn into anything positive.
I would 1000% want to sweep these licks. Here's my squiggle. Now, we haven't freed trap longs yet. I do think that we're going to. And remember, once we do, our expiration date for that move to the top side is Monday at midnight. Excuse me. So we have until this green line to basically put as much upside as we can into this area. So I'm looking at it like we'll probably hit the 200, come down, maybe sweep. Nothing strong enough to break resistance. And then that's the top for the week. And we go into our 3-day retracement, which, if I'm right, should take us to mid 50s. The first day, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Just need to get into those liquidations. The liquidations will do the rest of the job. My bad. I'm sitting here on the hour chart. A market maker frees trapped long. Market maker traps longs and shorts before the weekend to bring volume down to like a manageable level. At the end of the week, they'll free one side or the other. That move is usually a false move. Right, that's over by Monday at midnight. That leads into a 3-day in the opposite direction. So if they were to drop down now and free trap shorts, we would expect that drop to continue until Monday night, and then we would expect a 3-day up. If market makers' inventory swing is going to run unchanged. Times when whales are in control, if there's enough liquidity to where market makers' liquidity isn't needed, then you'll see the weekly.
Just a reminder, Chad, don't get
You'll see the
backed.
weekly
Doge,
cycle
X
shift,
emoji, Norway emoji, NFA,
and then we know to
soccer
trade
ball
different at those
emoji.
points. Super chat, axe, flag, soccer ball. What's going on, brother? W super chat. But I like 800 EMA at least. How much higher we get, I think, is going to depend on liquidations. But UK is in the game now, so let's see. Let's see what the man them in store. Speaking of, where's Leighton? Usually when I said we have to count on UK, he's here to be like, we're screwed then.
I like it when Doge Viking comes around. I don't feel so alone being a pagan. I don't know if he's a pagan. I'm totally being stereotypical, prejudiced.
I think you spelled heathen wrong.
Dear Dbloc, got a question.
What's going on, brother?
Hello, hello. No, I was just thinking. So you mentioned like the market makers pushing it one way or the other, but
Yeah.
wouldn't you have like multiple market makers at the same time in the market? So they might be like battling it out, or they typically kind of have a consensus of where they want to push it.
Yeah, there's they tend not to fight each other the way that whales do. They have the same motivations. They'll work arbitrage bots to sort of deal with any of imbalance because they're working for different exchanges. So that's why it's like impossible to arbitrage right now. Right, the arbitrage bots are sort of automatic. And the way that we see Asian market maker session, or we see UK market maker session play off of the Asian session, or watch the US session play off of the Asian session, Not to mention the fact that market makers have international offices. So every market maker is in every session. They don't, they try not to step on each other's toes for the most part. Whales now, different story, right? We know whales go to war, and
Okay.
that's why the
Because I remember, like, in the last.
in my opinion, sorry, in my opinion, that's why the inventory cycle exists. Right, the inventory cycle is it's a way that market makers can rebalance their books right before the new week starts. But it's a formula that can be followed by all the market makers where they're not stepping on each other's toes, right? Everybody understands. You don't see it often. There's not many times where you see Asian session move counter counter motivation because they all have the same targets, right? It's all since they're playing since they're playing a delta neutral strategy, it's all mean reversion. So if we're underneath the 50 and there's imbalances to the top side, even if it's not my session, I know that the US market makers also benefit from price. You get what I'm saying? Like we're tied by motivation.
Yeah, but at the same time, like for the past, I don't know, like 3 months, it was like literally like 1 hour candle before the New York Open.
Mhm.
It would typically dump heavily, and then like it would pump like right after the session basically opens. Is that like basic manipulation just to get some like additional shorts?
It's the books rebalancing. It's the beginning. If you see the beginning of every session, US Brinks, UK Brinks, you'll get that big volatility candle. It's a lot of post orders that come in, right? That come in at the same time. But it is a liquidity sweep, right? It's a grab for liquidity to be able to then move. A lot of people counter trade the opening candle, like as a strategy. Like they wait for opening candle and then they just counter trade whatever the hell it did. But I don't know if that has to do more with, like I said, it's more to do with orders filling than anything else.
Okay.
Now, I would have loved to have been in a room if market makers do interact and speak to each other to see how everybody dealt with Binance's market makers causing that issue on 1010. Because that shit cost a lot of people a lot of money. I mean, market makers got out of the way. I'm going to say this, but so it was as bad as it was because of market makers. It wasn't market makers' fault that it happened. Right? It was one particular market maker's fault that it happened. Binance was using a separate designated market maker for futures that didn't that held its own book, right? Entirely. All the other market makers for the most part are based off of the main book, right? Wintermute usually pushes the envelope a little bit with not playing the game, right? But the bigger ones all follow the same pricing and they all arbitrage off of each other for that, right? The problem is that when orders come into the book and you've got a designated book where it's just you can't absorb, right? When somebody comes in and says, I want to buy 1,000 shares of Apple, right? Every single order book that sells Apple has the opportunity to absorb those orders. The way it was working on Binance, it wasn't like that. And they found not an exploit, but they found a weakness that was being exploited on futures for a long time, where you could, in essence, affect the price by the speed of orders that you put in at a certain time. And then they announced that they were patching it in 10 days. What do you think that did? Everybody who had any idea about this or learned about it said, okay, this is the last time we have a chance to exploit this. Right. So in the middle of that exploitation, two of the three stable coins that are mostly used to collateralize those futures loans depegged. As those stable coins depegged, automatic margin calls started flowing in. right? Since the book couldn't handle it, they started going outside of the book. When market makers started seeing it affect prices outside of the book, they removed all their orders out of the book, right? They didn't want to absorb the cascade the same way that they do FOMC meetings or the same way that they do on big news events, right? And then in the middle of that, Trump came on and said something about taxes, and it was just a perfect storm. But yeah, if market makers wouldn't have removed their orders, then alts wouldn't have fallen that hard. But market makers use their own money, right? They're proprietary. So it means that they're using their funds to trade, to provide liquidity. They're not brokers. So that means if they take a hit, it's them taking a hit, not somebody else.
Why are they using different stable coins though? Because the one that depegged the most, I
Just
think, that was
ridiculous, bro.
USD, right?
It's absolutely ridiculous. USD, USID, some shit, bro. I would never in a million years put $100 in any of these stable coins to like store my money. But that's just they were running the little game over there. You know what I mean? Playing funny games. And then you had the perfect storm, and everybody took advantage of it.
But do
Everybody,
you reckon they're using those like weird stable coins
algorithmically.
just to oppose like Circle and Tether, like the ability to have like your assets frozen?
Everybody wants their own stables because everybody wants to eat the transactions, right? So if Binance can use their, and these are Binance stablecoin projects, if Binance can use their own stablecoins for futures transactions, then why would, you know what I mean? They're not trying to, they're trying to keep that in house. We wouldn't have had that issue, right? Had those loans been collateralized in USDT or USDC. But also Binance wouldn't have been making money hand over fist for the past, 3 to 4 years either.
Sound
Irresponsible,
like the
bro.
markets are manipulated.
Yeah, of course. I mean, people with money, people with money buy things and prices move, I don't
I
know.
would never do such a
I
thing.
always thought that them announcing that issue that they were having in the futures contracts before they fixed it was a little bit sketchy. Why would you do that? Announce it, fix it, and then fix it and say, hey, we had an issue. It's fixed now, but this is what was going on. It's no longer an issue. It was all kind of sketchy. And then the timing is perfect. And then that kicked off Jane Street and everybody else dumping off at 10 o'clock in the morning every time that market opened. They just started dumping Bitcoin literally at 10 o'clock every morning. I mean, when I say literally at 10 o'clock, I mean like when I say every morning, I mean every morning. Like every morning. First, it started the first Monday of the week. 10 o'clock Monday. And then it went to every day at 10 a.m. We were tracking it from way back. You know when the first one was? The very first one? Ten in the morning on 10:10. Dun dun dun. You gotta love this shit though, right? Because if you wrote it into a movie, they'd be like, it's just not realistic. Yeah, it's too much. You know what I mean? Like, no, yeah, that was the first one. 10 o'clock in the morning on 10:10 was their first institutional dump. And that's before the dump. That's before things went bad. Things went bad in the afternoon. Definitely not a bunch of Boy Scouts, right? You can't forget that we're in finance. We're in crypto, so everything's all kumbaya. We're gonna change the world and all that, but don't forget, it's still these guys are still finance bros. And we welcome them into the house. You know, I was here. I don't want to hear no shit from nobody. Because when we got those announcements for those ETFs and everybody was celebrating, and I was like, wait, hold on. Slow down for a second, guys. This is BlackRock we're talking about. Like, this is literally who we were running from. Like, we're literally here because we're running from the machine that they made. And now you welcome them with open arms because they're willing to buy your bags. I would like to get out of this rising wedge as soon as possible. Market maker, if you're listening.
By the way, I'm not sure if you mentioned it somewhere, but are there any altcoins that you kind of believe in?
Yeah, I mean, right now, when it comes to like lower caps, I'm waiting to see what the market looks like when we get down at the bottom. And then I'll start looking into really like low cap, brand new projects, first season projects, right? But other than that, like I'm really just looking at what institutions are looking at right now. Stablecoin rails mostly. But like, you know, your traditional BEST, BEST, the BNB, Ethereum, Solana, Tron. I'm looking at Canton Network and XLM to get
Aha.
to get a little bit of action. They got that nod. They both got the nod from Visa and from DTCC for real world assets. And as of right now, stablecoin rails and real world assets are the only two narratives that institutions are hype about. Until I see that retail money come in, I gotta go with the big guys.
Yeah, XLM is the one I'm holding right now as well.
Yeah,
But
I think
I've kind
XLM's
of
gonna
been
do well.
I've been a good friend of like one of their like high level guys for quite a while, and we had a call like a month ago, and that basically convinced me to ape into it. I'm not sure if that's like the correct strategy, but
No, it's always good.
they have pretty big plans.
For me, it was when they got the nod from Visa and XRP didn't. That's all I needed to see.
Yeah. Those guys are like so heavy, like working with institutions.
Mhm.
Like they have like zero retail, but they have like pretty much all of the banks on board from the US, from Europe to do stable coins using the network.
Yeah, I've
So
been
yeah.
trading XLM for a long time. Like I never personally just didn't like I never saw the point of trading XRP while it had the cloud above it if XLM was right there and trading alongside it, and it went up every time XRP went up. It was smaller market cap. You know what I mean? Like it just, I didn't understand why it should be in one instead of the other. Like XLM always made more sense to me.
One of the co-founders is the same guy, apparently.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Has always been that XLM is like XRP's decentralized little sister or something like that, right? But
Yeah, yeah.
either way, that's why they have those sympathetic sort of pumps, right? Whenever one went, the other would. And let's see if it works the other way, right? Let's see if now that XLM is catching a bid, if XRP follows, but way more interested in XLM. And then Canton Network just came out of nowhere. And they're literally like, when I sit and do research on anything RWA or stable coins, I can't tell you how many times I see Canton Network brought up. So as far
Canton
as
is
all of
also-
those, as far as all of the stable coin plays go, market cap wise, that one I think has the most headroom.
Yeah, I was gonna mention. I think Canton Network also has some privacy, like end-to-end, well, almost end-to-end encryption of the transactions, so like
Yep.
no middleman can basically get to see what's happening.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's going to be a good bull market. You know, I don't need my last. I left the bottom of the last bear market with about 85 alts. I was still heavy Bitcoin, but I picked up so many low caps, like so many low caps. There was a lot of promising. And this is before the meme coin explosion. There weren't really any. I think Bonk was running, and there was a couple of other memes that were running, but it wasn't like. I'm talking about picking up like Ocean Protocol, that, and like just and at bottom basement prices, bro. And nobody was like, literally nobody cared. But they had decent projects. They had decent projects. They had really good competitive moats around them. I mean, to the point where the 3 AI projects that I went with ended up merging in the middle of the damn boom. Bro, like I had a great run on alts before we even got to the halving. That's like when people say like, oh, we didn't have an alt season. It's like, yeah, we didn't have that traditional blow off top alt season. But alts ran. They definitely ran at a certain time. And even with that, I'm not upset that I was majority heavy Bitcoin, because towards the end of the bull market, that's what saved me.
I had a good NFT run back in the day.
Oh man,
Not so much of a
good times.
all season though. Yeah.
Didn't see too much of that. I mean, NFTs, the blue chips, right? I saw Bored Apes were really low, and I saw them come back. I saw a lot of like the penguins, and but it's funny, right? It's almost like the .com bubble. It's almost like after that first pop, when, well, the internet obviously didn't go anywhere, right? But all the smaller companies went away, and just like the cream sort of rose to the top. Like you see it with these narratives. You'll see that during the next run with these memes. We're not gonna have the same. You're still gonna have your pump fund and all that, but this cycle is gonna create blue chip memes for the next one. Just like what I call the blockchain mascots. They're not necessarily memes, but they're the memes that the blockchains themselves have put support behind, right? Like Bonk is basically a mascot for Solana. I mean, like Fartcoin is basically right now the mascot for ETH. It's actually a pretty smart business model on the blockchain's part, and they all got it from Solana. Solana played it perfectly. We've got tons of FUD right now. This stupid shit with SBF has crashed our prices all the way down to almost nothing. So they dropped the Solana phone. They dropped Bonk. They bootstrapped their community with Bonk at ridiculously low valuations. And they get behind it and pump it. And now you just basically created a whole generation of Solana heads. And bootstrapped them right before the bull market, and giving them the opportunity to buy. So you get what I mean? Like, it's just smart. Builds community, builds religion, for lack of a better word.
Build degens. Build
Yeah.
brands.
Yeah. But the degens are the ones that are gonna hodl to. I mean, listen, if you made a gang of money on Bonk, chances are you probably don't trade anything but Solana tokens at this point. Right? Unless you obviously get smart and decide, you know, I can't do this forever. Let me get some Bitcoin. And but for the most part, like you saw it with ETH, right? People made tons of money on ETH, and that created ETH heads that were just hardcore ETH loyalists. You see the same thing with Bitcoin maxis, obviously, right? Anybody that bought Bitcoin in the first couple cycles, you can't talk to them about anything but Bitcoin. Nah, I saw Ansem talking about his coin, but I didn't even know James Wynn was still around. I thought we had already exiled him. What's going on with that? I try to watch that. I try to watch Ansem's new show with FaZe Banks, but I can't take too much of Banks, bro. That guy's so full of shit.
Anthem's show.
You know the one I'm talking about?
I think so, yeah. But I was gonna mention we were talking about meme coins. Anthem is shilling his own meme coin, and it's like heavily bundled.
Mm-hmm.
So some people suspect he might be cooked.
I mean, I thought the whole just sitting next to FaZe Banks smells like desperation to me. It's one thing that I see happen all the time, and this is people just burn their reputations, bro, for the dumbest shit. You know, short-term gains. It never fails. The one thing you never want to be in crypto is the main character, bro. You avoid that at all costs. You end up like BitBoy Crypto.
Yeah, like James Flynn as well.
Yeah, it's like whenever you're getting the most attention, like that's where you need to chill out. Things tend to go left.
Do you reckon James Flynn's account is still run by like the original guy? Or it's been sold.
I have no idea, bro. I stopped trying to figure that guy out a long time ago. He's like the drunk guy at the poker table. Big bag of
Well,
money.
probably underneath the poker table. Yeah.
Yeah. Just unpredictable, you know what I mean? And ego on top of it. That's when I step away from, like, when somebody with money and then ego gets involved. 1000% unpredictable, but emotional
You
as
mean
well, right? Which is why he got wrecked, because you just can't be that emotional.
You mean most people in crypto? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's true. Most people in general, though. Emotional regulation is not a like common trait amongst humans. Nah, I gotta look into that, yo. I know that they're talking shit. I haven't. I was in the trenches earlier looking around, but Twitter was kind of dead. I don't know. I just think these type of guys are the ones that like hold us back, like as an industry. Because these are always the examples that people point at when they're like, "Look, you know, this is what crypto's about." Yeah, there's a part of that, right? But we just think so small. Like you don't let anybody be like, "Oh, you know, look at how much money was spent to buy drugs. That's what money's about." Like, yeah, I get it. People do shady shit and people do shady shit with money. People do shady shit for food. People just do shady shit. You know? Is it on exchanges? Or I gotta go to Dex. Got it. I'll check it
Which
out.
reminds me, I watched, rewatched Don't Be a Menace to, what's it called? South Central?
Yeah.
Remember the guy with like, oh man, I suck your dick, man.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I always say to Dbloc. It's just like people
What?
were desperate. No, I'm saying like people like
Nah,
I
you
say
can't.
that joke.
No, that was an uncomfortable pause. You can't just after he says that. You can't just be like, "Yeah, that's what I say to D-Block," and then just
Yeah, but
pause like that.
I don't say the dirty word part either, but you have an audience. Like,
Just
but
saying.
that's why I say I'm a huge fan of uh David Chappelle because he does that skit so well. Like he even does the one where he's making fun of Menace to Society or he's making fun of Boys in the Hood, and you're just like, it's so good, but I can't repeat it over your channel. That's what, but he just went out and said it.
Oh,
You,
I'm sorry.
yeah, well, it can't be this. It's not this one, right? 1 mil market cap. It's got to be bigger than that. Am I looking at the right one? What, it just dropped or something? How old is this? 19 hours? Damn, 19 hours and you've only gotten up to 1 mil? I mean, it is when. And I'm guessing this is Ansem's right here, right? People are so dumb, bro. Ansem. Ansem House. Baby Ansem. Yeah, one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah,
One of these things is not the same. $24,000 holders already. How old is this? 12 days old. I don't even know if I want to click on this bubble maps. Hey, yo. Yeah. I'm good. GG's.
No, but he promises to airdrop.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I'm sure.
No, but if you support him early, he'll reward us. Come on.
It's the reward wallet, guys.
You know what, Dbloc, there's something I just noticed about you. Like everything you're teaching in your classes is complete opposite of degen. So I when people bring up degen coin, not they're not degen coins, but coins that you just know when you look at them, like I'm not getting in that.
Mhm.
It reminds me of like it remi- this is an analogy, okay? This is not I'm not saying but it reminds me of someone who's like um in charge of an AA meeting and there's always this dude coming in with a new drink to propose. You know what I mean? It's like you do really well. Like I wouldn't be able to run a channel and then there's all these people giving you coins to get into and the discipline that you have to take being a recovering degen is got to be like, you know what I'm saying? It's just I don't know. It's just something I noticed.
Yeah. Well, there's no bad coin, just a bad price or bad tokenomics. Right?
Yeah.
So everything's worth a look. But sometimes it's just a teachable moment like that, you know?
I wouldn't be able to handle it, man. Like I remember I was on one night and somebody came in. I don't know who it was. I think it was Epic, and he's like, because he was always really good at bringing up those those tokens. And Emad was on. Emad was on, and he's like, "What? What's that? Give me the." Yeah, and then Emad got into it and got got wrecked, and I was just like, "Oh, dude."
Drugs are bad, okay? That's all I can
I
say,
always
bro.
giggle at Crypto Face because he like whenever somebody brings some like stupid shit up, he doesn't hold back. Like he'll literally ban you just because you asked the same question twice. He's like, "Yeah, I saw the question, it just didn't respond. So you asked me again, I'm gonna ban you." It's like, "Yeah, but you didn't respond. Okay, I'm banning you."
That guy's funny, man. I can never get. I swear he probably makes more money with his content than he does trading.
I've learned to I don't know. I feel like I think it's better to let people talk. I learned a long time ago you're supposed to let a fool talk. Right? You can learn a lot. It's teachable. And then chat gets to see it.
Yeah.
You know, like chat gets to see it in real time. Like, oh, that's what it looks like when I don't know. Sometimes I have time, sometimes I don't. The other day I came in, I literally did not have, just didn't care. I was like, whatever, you guys can go at it and kill each other in chat. And then the next day I woke up and I had all the time in the world. I was banning people left and right.
I love that, man.
Depends on the content and depends on the community as well. Because like those kind of channels that mostly bring, the people who are like, "Please, sir, give me $500, sir. Please, is
Yeah,
it buy or sell, sir?"
yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid. Yeah. They just want the call outs, or they're there to bag, or they're there to just troll. But I think
The
the
first
best
time
way
somebody
to
recommended
avoid
me your
that,
channel.
yeah. No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. You're good. I wasn't saying anything important.
I think there is some pretty big latency. That's why that sounds weird. Anyway, I was gonna say the first time someone recommended me your channel and I opened up the stream, I was like, "What the hell are all those lines? Like, how did he see the chart? Who is this guy?" And yeah, I just kind of stuck around. I was like, "Oh my god, he talks. He talks. He talks during the US opening. Okay, he's alive."
Yeah, I had somebody that was watching for a while, and they were like, one day I came on, and they were like, "Oh shit, people talk here." Like they were just looking at the chart during the day. I mean, it's my fault, right? I've been because look, what time is it? It's like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm still awake. Um, my favorite time to trade is from U.S. session close until UK. That's just been where all the money's been at, which means that I'm usually asleep during the middle of US session. That's why I love crypto, though.
Well, dude, you've got a system that works, and I think a lot of people don't do the 24-hour stream thing with charting because they don't have a system and they don't want to have to answer chat and talk to people because they're probably just trading at arbitrary times and they're not setting time aside to do one or the other. And I know you said the other day that sometimes you have to do both, but generally speaking, man, you can tell that you're not stressing out by doing this.
Nah, I'm good, man. I'm chill. The only way this is gonna work is if I enjoy it. This can't become a job, and it hasn't. I literally enjoy every aspect of it so far. So, and I won't let it either. I won't burn myself out to where it feels like So, yeah, I don't have to worry about that. I enjoy this. It's like I'm gonna be trading anyways, right? Like, what do you mean? Build a community that's like, yeah, hell yeah, right? If you can't find it, build it.
But it
And I
takes
love
time. It's so hard.
and I love how you don't take your streams down. Like there will be
Nah,
content creators that'll take their streams down if they're wrong on something. And I'm not saying
nah,
you're
nah.
wrong on anything. I'm like, you just let it all out. You just let it all. It's all there to see.
It is what it is, man. You guys can go back. I say it all the time, bro. People come in here and argue and be like, bro, you have got 12 to like 1700 12-hour streams that you can go back and throw it through your, hey, do whatever you got to do, bro. Go find it and then come back and throw it in my face, whatever. It is what it is. A lot of the reason for doing this, why I do record everything, is because, I mean, you know how valuable it's just a journal, right? Like, this is like to be able to go back 5 years from now and see how you reacted at certain days, or just see how far you've come as far as trading styles or what you were looking at. Like doing what you're supposed to do and keep a journal, which I'm never gonna do. I just can't. But this is like a living journal.
Dude, scrapers, video scrapers will be so fast in the next couple of years. It won't even be a thing.
Bro, I'm literally on it right now as we speak. Look, like Claude just finished. He's what we're doing is we're pulling all of my transcripts, and then we're pulling the calls from the transcripts, and we're independently checking if the calls played out or not, and then keeping a scoreboard. All I did was ask him, you think it's possible to isolate the calls? And the next thing I knew, we had a running scoreboard going. So far we're looking at what, 83 confirmed hits from 103 videos out of 1,194 that need to be scanned. And then it'll give me this shit when I'm done is gonna be so sick, bro. Like
How long
what
did it take to do that?
15 minutes. But
That's not bad.
it took me a long ass time. Well, it only scraped right now, it only scraped 37 transcripts. The other ones have been done before already.
Oh, so are you talking about the AI transcripts that are built and it's text, right?
Yeah, it's going into YouTube and it's pulling the transcript from this is just level 1. Level 2 is going to be actually getting transcripts from the audio for the ones that the transcripts don't exist. And then having I just can't wait till they get a good pair of eyes, bro. When they get a good pair of eyes, and they can actually see, they can actually watch the stream, bro. No, for right now, what it's doing is it's taking every time that I say, I'm looking at a measured move to so and so, right? And then it's giving me either a hit for a confirmed or a miss, and then it's independently checking that price got there. And then it's filtering by days. So if it took too many days for it to happen, unless it was a macro call, it throws it into the failed pile. We have a whole filtering system going on. It depends on where max pain is, Jerome. When options expire, there's a point on the chart referred to as max pain where if market maker can get price to that spot, the most amount of traders, their contracts expire worthless. We'd have to wait to get a little bit closer to see what max pain is. But if it's underneath us, then yeah, you would expect some downside pressure. Yeah, Mika's the issue. The problem is that we've been preparing for Mika already for how long? You know what I mean? It's not like a black swan event. It's just been slowly cooking. I honestly think Mika regulations are going to be decent for the next bull market, because coins that meet those standards are going to do well. So it's something to, to filter our coins by.
I know you're gonna call me a pirate for this, but I just wanted to do as an experiment. There was this really badass plague medieval font that I wanted, and it was like the guy was charging $161 for the font. And I told Claude I told Claude to build me that same font, and it did it.
Duh. Oh yeah.
So I'm actually gonna go. I think I'm gonna go. I'm feeling a little bit guilty about it because I am an artist. I mean, self-proclaimed artist, but I'm just saying like, um, I don't want that karmatic, you know. I
So
don't want to
make
be
it your
reverse
own.
trade.
You
I
either
mean,
throw him some
dude, I
money or you
love.
could try to edit it and make
I,
it your own.
I'm gonna throw him some money. I'm gonna buy it, but I just wanted to do it as an experiment. Um, that it not only I did it pixel to pixel perfect, man.
That's the problem. Then it's gonna match his design anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I
In a
yeah,
court
I
of law,
love
you're still
yep. And it's gonna be in my business and it's gonna be on my website.
yeah.
But
You want to get that
I
right.
just was like, I wonder, and I kind of want to send him a message, just like, dude, this was way too easy. Maybe and I'm sure with all this AI, you know, um, I guess cloning abilities, that there's gonna be some DMCA stuff happening in normal documentation,
Yeah.
other than just music or whatever.
I mean, they're already getting really hard on the fair use shit, right? Like that shit doesn't work anymore. It really does not fly. It has to be substantially different to be able to fly. Right? It's just
I
like
was
some of the
just
voiceover stuff. Like I would love to do reactions. Like I would love to sit here at night when we're not doing nothing and it's just, and just look at crypto content and like do reactions. But it's just so murky about, what's fair use and what isn't. How much talking do I have? What if I get into it and I don't talk for 30 minutes? Is that too long? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a craft. Not like someone like Osmond Gold does it really well.
Once you get to that level, people don't tend to strike you because people just showing your content gets you so many. It's like marketing. You know what I mean? Like you get so many damn views. I think it's shitty when somebody just puts on a program and then just sits in the corner and just like sits there and like we're watching it together. Like, but you're not really, no commentary. You're not really adding to it. You're not giving an opinion on it.
Dude, you know what's funny is like, um, and not that I take Bill Gates's word for it, but he's not the only one who has a list of like careers disappearing because of AI or whatever. He listed it. He listed lawyers as one of them, and I was like, so I've been watching what's happening. It's actually the opposite has happened because of the fair use problem and the copyright problem. It's given them more work to do. The current lawyers that are there, like I could see maybe like a digital lawyer being a thing, an agent in the future. Fine, whatever. But this whole transition right now with people not knowing what to do with like fair use with AI and fair use on YouTube, it's actually creating a whole new genre of lawyers. It's just nuts.
We're sweeping, I'm telling you, I don't like this. I don't like this rising wedge at all.
Oh crap, dude! I didn't even know that was happening. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to
No,
walk in.
it just happens. Just one candle. I don't know why I'm wasting my time doing this right now. I should just wait till Fable comes out and then just give it to Fable and watch him do the whole thing 10 times better.
Well, this is one of those things you said it the other day, and I say it to people at work all the time. Like, you don't know enough to know that, yeah, it will do it faster, but at what cost? Is it easier just to put a medium model on it and pay that token fee? Or, because you're going to go to sleep, right? Like, let the cheap models do it. Not that Claude is cheap, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
when
yeah, yeah.
Fable comes out, I still might say I'm going to bed. What? It's not going to hurt to let this thing churn for 8 hours.
What's really going to help is the model that's the best at syntax, right? The model that can go in and take the written and then understand when something is a call out versus when I'm doing TA and I say, you know, this would go here. You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
there's a certain amount of nuance that and reasoning that this is calling for that's proving difficult. But what's going to be cool is that the main job that I wanted to do, which is basically just archive all my transcripts, make the entire thing searchable, you know, timestamps and all of that. Like, that's going to cut so much of my work. I can go back later if I'm really interested and see what I said about what. There's a couple in there that I really would like the clip of, right? Like, me calling the metal super cycle 3 years ago is a clip that I would like to have my personal from my personal archives. There's been a couple of gems in there. Some other war
You
stuff.
should get an army of Indian flippers.
So, dude, I added your life coach
Nice.
to my autonomous agent.
Yeah.
And so it's the one I was telling you that, like, it keeps my location on my phone and tells me,
Mm-hmm.
hey, you're near the store, you're near the grocery store, call your wife's, reminds me of things like, hey, I'm near the store, you want me to grab something on the way
Personal
home?
assistant.
Yeah, personal assistant. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, it does a lot more than just that. But the fact that it's connected to Discord and Telegram and Facebook Messenger and et cetera, et cetera. So it read my message because I gave it permission to read message to my marketing guy that's helping. He's like a marketing mentor, and and it came from the life coach. It associated to one of the questions you asked about, like, I don't think it was accurate when you said, I'm not going to go into what I said to him, but the
Mm-hmm.
point was is he said I was misrepresenting what I was telling, what I said in the answers to the life coach.
Called you on some bullshit.
Yeah, and so, dude, and it didn't do it in a disrespectful way.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
kind of said, like, I'm confused, you told me here and then you told him something different.
Mm.
And I'm like, you know what, I was placating to him. I wasn't lying to him, but I wasn't being 100% truthful to my marketing guy. So, like, I just was leaving things out, which that's up to debate if that's considered being
That's so
being
dope
a
that it
lie or
did that.
not.
That's so cool.
But and I got it messaged me on Telegram about it, like through its direct message to my agent bot. And I'm like, what are you messaging me at 4 in the morning for?
Hey, I'm your
And I'm
life
looking
coach.
at
This
it,
is what you pay me for.
and I was like, oh man. So I went back to him and I messaged him and I said, dude, I want to be a little clearer on what I said earlier. And he didn't think anything of it. He's like, oh, okay, thanks for the context. But it was the kind of neat that, like, what if it was a bigger issue? What if it
Yeah.
was something that was much like monies and like learn amount of money, or you didn't say something correctly in a bank or in a loan
Yeah.
application or something, I don't know, and it just helps you.
That's where I think the strength of it comes in to the truth. It's not just the beginning interview sort of thing, right? But it's what's going to happen a year from now, 2 years from now, when it can go back and look at your patterns and, you know what I mean? And maybe show you some long-term patterns that you have that you don't even notice.
That's it, man. That's what I'm trying to do because I'm getting tired of. And I don't think it, dude, I don't think it has to do with like getting older because my memory is actually really good. I'm actually learning like ways of like memory stuff. Like I'll like lose my keys. And so what I do now is I take time to look at something for 2 seconds and go, I am placing my keys here. And I've been doing that for the past few years and it's been working really great. The problem is when I'm casually talking to my wife and just bullshitting and I don't remember the stuff I say. And I I want it to be listening to me. And I know that freaks people out or whatever, but if it's a local model, what does it matter, right?
Who
Who cares?
cares, bro?
And
Like,
yeah, and like I just want it to be able to go, yeah, dude, you just argued with her for 15 minutes about something you said you didn't say, You say you didn't say it, but you did, and here's what. And then I have no problem eating crow and going back into her and apologizing.
Yeah, man. People pay big money for that shit. Like, legitimately. There's people that are rich and are fighting and are going through problems with their wife or their husband, and there's somebody in-house that just sits in the background and handles the issues and gets paid a lot of money to do it.
Can you imagine just having like a little earbud in your ear, like in one of those Invisalign, I don't know, not Invisalign, but you know, ones
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can't
yeah,
see,
yeah, yeah.
like Pinocchio on your shoulders. Not Pinocchio, but what is that?
Somebody
Freaking
feeding you
what's the
lines and shit.
yeah, sitting on your shoulder.
I mean, it's kind of crazy with the glasses, with the Apple glasses. I mean, there's no reason
Dude,
why you'd be in full conversation in real time with your agent. There's a mic and a speaker so it can hear the conversation. It can see the
I'm on the
conversation.
yeah, dude, I'm on the test pilot for the Meta glasses with the hologram in them.
How
And
is it?
you could, dude, the thing that I love about it, because I'm getting ready to take the family to Europe, and I can't read French or Spanish to save my life. And so I just looked at its sign online, looking on, like I got my glasses on and I'm looking at the monitor and I'm looking at a French sign, and I take the glasses off and it's a French sign. And but with the glasses on, it's English pure. Like the sign, it doesn't put an overlay of. It literally replaces the font graphics on the sign as if it's written in English.
No, that's crazy.
And it's kind of like, this is not, you don't have to answer this, but because YouTube's very picky about like weapons and stuff. But like if you shoot a weapon, and like some people like shooting with one eye open, and marksmen will tell you, you know, if you're shooting a pistol, don't just shoot with both eyes open. Learn how to shoot with both eyes open. So one's scanning and one's aiming down the front rear sight post. So you got to kind of get used to that, because your eyes will try to like focus on the hologram that's on the lens, and you get kind of confused and you can get sick really easy. Like I can get sick really easy. You probably won't get sick. If you can get on roller coasters, you'll be fine. But I feel like the depth of field, sometimes my eye will focus on that and not focus what's on the distance through the glasses.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you're saying.
And that's not something like, I don't think it's a flaw in the technology. That's just, it's like getting a new pair of glasses where they call them oh, what are the type of glasses where you have the corrective parts on the bottom, and then progressive glasses. A lot of people don't like them because their eye is sitting right where the transition is happening, so they always
Bifocals?
tilt their head up or down. Well, progressive glasses, like I have progressive glasses, and
Is that
I
what they
don't wear
call
them all
them
the
now? Is
time.
that the same as
Yeah,
bifocals?
yeah, they're called progressive.
My
And
bad.
no, I had to search for it myself, but I opened up my little I freaking what the fuck am I trying to say? Um case for my glasses, which I never use, and there's like a take care little thing in there, and it says progressive. And dude, if I'll walk upstairs with them on, and I'm like looking through the reading part, and it literally causes me to like miss a step.
Yeah.
It's like dangerous.
Do
And
you
so,
have you used VR headsets?
oh dude, I can't.
You get
Only
I was
games
just
that I
about to
can
say
play.
you're one of
Yeah,
those people that get dizzy in VR
yes.
headsets. Yeah,
I
yeah.
can play a game that's stationary. Like I can be like, if my brain thinks I'm in a plane or I'm in a car, I'm good. But if I try to play something where you have to walk around, oh hell no.
That shit is so much fun. You know those the Apple Pro whatever's, those things drop like crazy.
In price,
Yeah.
because I have the well, I don't use it that much, man, because I literally have to
Well,
take it
demand, I
down.
should say. I don't think the price
Yeah.
has, yeah, I don't think the price has caught up to the fact that nobody wants them, but it should. I'll get them at a certain price.
But
Some of the shit is cool.
the latest meta ones, man, I got for the kids, and it's really good. But I have to take what is it that freaking crap you take before you get on a plane? It's not dopamine. What the hell is it called?
Dramamine.
Dramamine. Um, and if I really want to play a game with like my kid or something, dude, I have to like take a couple of them. I'll literally for the rest of the night have a headache. But it is a lot of fun, man. There's just one game where you defend a castle and you're running around and you could be like a bowman on the top of the castle and or you can jump down and be like a swordsman protecting the gate. And you look like total idiots in the living room doing this, but it's just one guy's like shooting a bow and then the next person's swinging, and it just looks stupid from a third person's. But when you're in it, you don't know you look like a total dumbass. I'm so tempted to buying the running in place one where you slide your feet on that like slippery surface and you just run around in place. But I think it's like $1,800. I have a feeling I'm gonna play with it for one weekend and then never touch it again.
The what you said?
It's
The
like so you can
oh, the
run, so you actually run.
omnidirectional
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
slippery, so it's like Teflon. So and it comes with shoes. So if you buy it for your family, you have to get all the shoe sizes for your family that you want to use it. So I wasn't really. It's like when you buy the base model, it's like $1,200. But when you add all the shoes and everything for your family, it's like it gets up to almost 2 grand or so. My kids are in sports, so I'm not really worried about it. But if it would have been COVID, man, where everybody was hunkered down and not getting a lot of exercise, I mean, I know that's not an excuse really, but we just didn't want to be in gyms. At least my kids didn't want to be in gyms or anywhere near other kids during that time. That would have been the time to have a actual physical running simulator type thing for all the games.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the like infinite treadmills they use for VR games?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. But this one's not. This one's not a tread. Yeah, this one's It's the same idea. You're still running with your legs, but when your foot hits the ground, it slips back to the center. So there's no moving treadmill, but the concept, locomotion wise, it's the same, but you just keep slipping. And I can't imagine
Yeah,
what you feel like, treadmill would make more sense because you would actually feel like you're in a you're making linear progress.
yeah, but you need like a 360 treadmill essentially.
You need
Yeah.
to be able to walk
So
backwards and strafe.
yeah.
Yeah.
And with this reverse dome, concave, like plastic slippery surface, you can literally slip in any direction. I just don't know if the slipping will fool your brain to think you're taking a step and not slipping.
I think it's mostly about the visuals as well. I mean, once you have that thing run in front of your eyes that you're like actually moving somewhere, and probably will.
Yeah. My kid's godfather, he actually works at Meta doing where they're using these implants in the ear to solve that problem. And he says they're not quite there yet, but they want to solve it by pulsating your inner ear to fool you that you're actually moving. Getting wild. It's getting crazy.
Like Matt is working on actual implants, like inside the head
Yes.
implants.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Well, there's that too, but these ones will just be like little like earbuds you put in your ear, and it hits a frequency and pulses to fool your ear to think that you're actually turning and rotating and standing up and getting down. And you're just changing your like position in 3D space.
Damn. It's kind of crazy, like once you realize like the progress in the last for like 20, 30 years. Because I remember like the early days getting my first mobile phone, which was like essentially like a military radio. And then now everyone's complaining like, oh yeah, the latest iPhone only does like, like 2 days worth of battery. Can only connect to satellites.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so lame. It's like, what the hell?
It's only
Like, I don't see
74
the old tech.
megapixel front facing camera. Like,
Dude, I remember when Nokia 6600 came out, like it was like an egg shape, similar colors, I guess.
yeah.
And that thing had 0.3 megapixels. And I remember telling my parents, "It's like, oh my god, I so needed it." Like, no, you don't. It's like it has a camera. Remember, like we discussed getting a camera, like to record like our life events. Like I can have both, like a phone and a camera. Oh my god, like the technology is so good. And then we looked at it like in a shop and the quality was like obviously very crap. They're like, yeah, it's nowhere near the camera. I was like, no, but it's so good. And then nowadays, like, yeah, like 120 like megapixels, and people like, yeah, the zoom is not that good. Like on Samsung, you can actually zoom all the way and see like the craters on the moon. And then iPhone,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
That
not that.
Huawei phone is ridiculous. That Chinese
They're
Huawei
cheating those
phone.
images though.
What, like the
They have like
no, like I
they
know
basically have
I know somebody that has
AI
one.
that upscales it.
Yeah, no, I know somebody that has one. I don't trust anything out of China when it comes to just pictures and shit like that. But you got to remember, like, they got to start where iPhone stopped. You know, the amount of corporate espionage that there is coming from China. Like, they didn't have to develop a cell phone. They just basically steal the iPhone and then start from there, right? So you have like a head start, basically.
Yeah, but that's the same with everything. It's not just phones, like everything.
Hmm.
Luxury watches,
The color
cars,
of
like
paint, everything, bro.
yeah.
I remember the last Chinese spy, corporate spy thing case that I saw was somebody that worked. It was either DuPont or Sherman Williams or something like that, and they were caught smuggling or caught sending the specifications for all the shades of white. It's like shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, people think spy shit and they think it's like Bond, you know? And it's like, nah, it's just some dude coming to get some information that's needed. But we do that shit too. Everybody does it.
Getting back to the charts, rising wedges they typically break down lower, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then the measured move you have that's
Measured move is from the
bottom
lowest
to
part of the wedge.
yeah.
Yeah. So basically the biggest expanse. Yeah. Last time we had this many stacked, where we were at 82. We haven't invalidated this yet. This invalidates if we take out the trap shorts. I really honestly think it's better if we have a false move up, get that liquidation, because I want to go down as well, don't get me wrong. But I would rather get that false move up, clear that liquidity, and then make a run to the downside. So we'll see if this actually breaks. But I think that makes for a longer downswing, because the problem is our expiration date for that move down is right around the corner, right? Monday night, right here. So I would rather have a good 3-day swing to the downside. right? To get as low as I can for that move that I think is coming out of June into July. That relief rally, I want to get as low as I possibly can. The problem is if we drop down first and the cycle doesn't break, meaning we go into that weekly inventory cycle, then we're going to have 3-day up. That monthly candle is going to close. It's just the opportunity for some good, nice, heavy drops improve if we make the move up first, in my opinion. So I would love to see half a move down, get this W
Is it not
pattern.
easier? Is it not easier for the market makers to short squeeze though?
Right now, it looks so. Right
No,
now,
but like generally speaking, because whenever you short squeezing, it basically like the shorts, like whenever they close, whenever they hedging, they essentially fuel the rally,
mhm.
and it doesn't work this way whenever like the move is downwards. No.
No, the move down also, because you got to remember that buyers give people someone to sell into. Right. The problem with people are selling the same way when you go into the top, right? So if you move on up into the top, you want to sell some coins, you need somebody that's automatically going to buy. When longs have to close to settle, right? It's the same. You're providing liquidity to the opposite side. So you'll see that moves sort of increase into those long liquidations. Give me 1 second. Let me respond to this real quick because my phone won't stop buzzing. Mm, Send that off. At UK, let's take a look at the Asian session and let's give you your motivations here. So speaking of the market maker cycles from session to session, we know that UK likes to come in and set their motivations by 50% of the Asian range. So we take our fib from the bottom of the Asian range to the top of the Asian range. What's the top of the Asian range? I'm blind. Oh shit! It came all the way up here, really. So lowest candle to the toppest candle to the toppest. Lowest candle to the highest candle. Excuse me. And that becomes Asia's 50, or the line that UK has to hold to remain bullish. Asia, for the most part, tends to range, right? They keep their range between 1 or 2% during normal circumstances. After CME's gone 24/7, we've seen that extend a little bit, like 2.5%, which is basically what we got here. But UK sets a range, right? Asia sets the range and UK sets the trend. What UK will do is it will react off the top. You've got Asian session high. You've got Asian session low. Both of these will get taken. Unless the move is parabolic and there's liquidations, both these will get taken during UK and US sessions. Hold on. Low, drop that high. Drop that middle. So at some point on a typical day, UK and US will test Asian session high and low. Now, US is unpredictable. US wild cowboys, we come in, throw money around. Sometimes we sweep liquidity. Sometimes we run for old targets or old imbalances. But UK tends to be pretty steadfast. Right? UK will come in and they'll test Asia's 50. If it holds, then they'll trend up for the remainder of their session. Right? Since the nature of the UK session is to trend, then you don't get a lot of choppiness, which is makes it one of the better, in my opinion, one of the better sessions to trade, especially if you're just learning leverage, right? If you're trading perps, it makes for more comfortable trades, right? Typically less choppy, but you have to wait until either it responds off of Asia's 50 or Asia's high or Asia's low, depending on where the UK session comes in. If it doesn't hold Asia's 50, then it'll tend to trend down for its entire session. Which is usually why I don't go to sleep until this happens. Not that I don't love to sit here and talk to you good folks, but if I can set my trade going into the next day, then that gives me a good run where I can go to sleep, wake up in the morning, take profit somewhere in US, right? Or at a, even better, have my TP hit overnight. It's just one of the daily swings that I sort of run. If it's lined up, right? If it's to the top side. But yeah, what you were saying about the liquidations to the downside, it's short squeeze just sounds sexier than long squeeze. Not to mention long squeeze sounds like you should pause after saying it. But it's the same basic feedback loop that you get. Right? Price drops, hits long liquidations, exchanges force sells, right? Which makes them close at market. So you're basically selling at market. That sell pressure pushes price lower. At lower price then triggers more liquidations, which are forced to sell at market. Right? In a short squeeze, they're forced to buy at market. What you're basically doing is that you're adding aggressive buys or sells to the chart, which is always good. Because we know that these passive sells on the book, they'll just sit here forever. If there's no aggressive buys, right? If nobody's actively buying on market, these orders literally just sit flat and nothing happens. So the only thing that moves price are market buys and sells that have to search the book for liquidity. It's kind of counterintuitive, but price doesn't go up until bulls settle for buying Bitcoin higher. And price doesn't go low until bears capitulate to the idea of buying Bitcoin lower.
It kind of makes sense, like given the limit orders and like a ton of like limit orders at the bottom will obviously push the price lower, and vice versa.
Yeah, it's just counterintuitive, right? Because you always think like, okay, well, price stopped dropping because people stopped selling. But there's times where price stops dropping because people stop buying. But there's nobody to sell to. And whoever it is that has the bag isn't willing to take the slippage that they would get if they did just like slam on market. Just like the difference between a pump that's being pushed by spot versus a pump that's being sold into, like a different mechanic. 200 EMAs holding on the 5 minute. Let's see what the 1 minute's like. We'll zoom in a little bit and then I gotta start getting ready to go to bed. Psych low. Bears aren't being extremely aggressive, although I can't say the same for bulls. Bulls are being pretty aggressive here. I'm trying to download this app so that I can have the YouTube chat and the Discord chat on the same chat.
Ask Claude to build it.
Close that. Yeah, I was almost about to just do a dashboard, right? But Restream is free. So
I think
let's
it's
see
free
what
up to
this
like
looks
3
like.
different channels. Are you on Twitter at all, by the way?
Nah, I mean, for research and stuff like that, but no, I need to open one for the channel though. I need to open a Twitter. I need to open a Telegram just to have a free spot where people can join. I also want everybody in the Discord to join the Telegram, not to use it, but just in case anything ever happens on Discord, just in case anything ever happens to YouTube. You don't want to lose contact with the community. So it'll be a place that's just free that you can just go park your avatar so you can get any news in case one day YouTube does something crazy.
Imagine losing your mobile phone and like access to your PC in one day. Yeah.
And have some backups. I can't wait to unplug though. Not go on vacation after Cypher School. I'm leaving my phone. Everybody's drunk. Apparently, if that's what everybody's saying.
What's wrong?
Somebody on YouTube talking about the word on the so-called street. 2 red months is like it's not even a depressive state for Bitcoin.
By the way, do you look at funding rates at all? Like in your analysis?
Yeah, just to see if things are overheating. Things are getting hot or not. Always a good idea to know when that leverage is getting out of control. I like to look at funding rates as the bribe that exchanges pay you to trade in the direction they want you to trade in. Actually, thanks for reminding me. Hold on. Claude thought he was done for the night. I want to see what's going on with that. Got one more indicator I'm working on. Yeah, I'm not about to start messing with that right now. Almost took myself down a rabbit hole right there.
The dashboard.
Nah, with Claude, I need to put his ass to sleep. All right, sure. Yeah. if we hold.
Gitaka doesn't support trading, does it?
What was that?
I'm saying Kiyotaka doesn't support trading. It's just like a chart, right?
Yeah, yeah. That I know of. Yeah. I don't think you can
Yeah. I saw you can like log in using your wallet, but I don't think you have any trading capabilities there.
Yeah.
Good to know. Good to know.
All right, we're gonna restart the stream real quick, y'all. I'm gonna get to bed, but I'm gonna leave y'all with a I'll get to bed, but I'm gonna leave y'all with a fresh stream. We'll be back in 1 minute.